welcome back to the Andrew Eborn Show in London town tonight with me, Andrew Eborn. And every week we invite our special featured artist to come up with the theme tune for the Andrew Eborn Show in London town tonight. Take it away. I love it. Dominic, great. We're getting messages as we come in as well. It's
Fantastic.
Good to see you.
And it's good to
and
see
can
you.
I say well done to Lisa and also to Mike for saying how brilliant you are. What I love every week. But you did one for, I'm coming on the show tomorrow, today. I love it. How long did it take you to write?
I purposed an idea.
Wow.
So obviously, I don't know. Yeah, over the course of days or so.
I love it.
And I had to refine them, you know. And,
That's good.
Unfortunately, the title just worked.
It is so good. We've got so many people have now contributed to this sort of glorious thing. And so if anybody wants to be on the show, all you have to do, you can do your own theme tune. Just tag me at Andrew Eborn, at Octopus TV on more platforms than Paddington. And you could be here with Dominic and others and everything else. Looking at your CV, your career, my lord, George Harrison. What is it about George Harrison? He punctuates every bit of your life.
He does. He does. I mean, do you want the truncated version?
No, I want the long version. We go on for days. I want the truth.
Fine. Okay. Well, it all started when I was about 7.
Yes.
And I saw George with the Beatles on the telly, and I thought, that's what I want to be. And my attention was immediately drawn to George Harrison. There was just something about him. He got his Gretsch guitar strapped high on his chest, so I immediately fell in love with the Gretsch semi-acoustic and his sort of enigmatic presence. I mean, there was just something about him. He just looked so cool. And then, so fast forward, my parents, my dad used to be in the theatre. He was a singer in the theatre, and when that sort of folded due to the trends in sort of theatrical work sort of changing and stuff, he wasn't really able to adapt. So we went through a period of disruption where he was looking for other work. We went to Australia, we came back, we failed his £10 poms. He didn't really
is that right?
Yeah, he didn't really like it out there, so we returned. And my parents went into licensing. They had a pub for a while, and then they got an off license, and eventually they were given an off license in Henley-on-Thames.
Very posh area. People like Henley-on-Thames.
Yes, and I'm always quick to point out that my parents were managing an off license.
Right, is that right? Okay.
Yes. So I went to the local primary Catholic school, which was run by a group of nuns who lived in this glorious.
Oh, they have these wonderful old places, but normally they can't afford to upkeep them.
No, and that's exactly what happened. Yeah, that was the case. And this was Friar Park, and
beautiful Friar Park.
Beautiful Gothic mansion. And because we were associated with them at the school, we were allowed to go there on the weekend.
Right.
So we roamed around the grounds. It was fantastic. There was a scale version of the Matterhorn.
Yes.
There were caves. It was wonderful.
There were caves.
There were caves, and we were allowed to explore.
Okay.
Nowadays, health and safety would probably insist that we wore high vis.
It's ruined childhood health and safety, hasn't it? It's
Exactly. Shortly afterwards, we heard that the nuns were putting the convent up for sale.
Yeah.
They couldn't afford the upkeep, as you said. And word soon filtered around the grapevine that a Beatle was interested.
Hey.
And I was thinking, I hope it's George Harrison. And sure enough, it was.
That's brilliant.
And that was in about 1970. His mum got the job as housekeeper. And
Wait, he included in a song, didn't he?
No, his mum's in the song on the All Things Christmas past.
Right.
Debut solo release from George.
Yes.
It
It was the cleaner on the. She's the cleaner on the things. Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. Joan and Molly Sweet.
That's the one.
That's the one.
I thought that was the one. There you go. So
I forget the title of the song, but
yes.
Yeah, Joan and Molly Sweet the Stair, and I know Joan and Molly was his mum, and he often used to come. Well, she was often given latest releases.
Right.
She had the first copy of the 3 record set, All Things Must Pass. And
brilliant.
Concert for Bangladesh. And some Beatle memorabilia which George had knocking around came Ian's way.
Yes.
And but we used to love sitting down and listening to these records before they were released. And Living in a Material World as well, I think was the last one. And then kind of Ian and I kind of sort of went our own ways. Really, I went off to college and he went off to work and stuff. But that was a lovely period. And then in about 1978, I'd gone off to Wolverhampton Poly to do art.
Yes.
And the reason I was doing art was because I could draw, but I wasn't very keen on academics. And I'd heard that all my heroes went to art school. All my musical heroes, people like Paul McCartney, Lennon,
right.
Ronnie Wood.
Lots of people, yes. David Bowie, all that sort of
yeah.
fantastic.
So I thought, well, I've got to go to art school.
Yes.
I want to be in a band. I've got to go to art school. And I was tending to spend more time on my extracurricular activities, including drinking beer and other things, music.
Activities, drinking beer. I'm not sure that counts as a hobby, but I understand. It's pretty good.
But yeah, music and beer, and my work was falling behind, and I was doing graphic design, and I wasn't really sort of cut out for it. So when I came back for the summer holidays, I was working in my dad's shop, and I was in a real quandary about what I should do, whether I should continue, because I thought I'm going to get thrown off the course. But I loved doing photography.
Right.
But that just wasn't enough, really, because I had to come up with design ideas. Anyway, so September 1978, I was taking a lunch break in the house at the back of the shop, and the doorbell rang. And I was in a real quandary about what I was going to do. And on that particular day, I was really in the doldrums about it, and I didn't know what to do. Doorbell rang, so I kind of got myself up and I went outside. It was a really bright sunny day, and I had to walk down this long dark alleyway to get to our street door, which was at the side of the shop. And of course, as I was going down the dark alleyway, my pupil was kind of dilated. So as soon as I threw open the door, all this light flooded in,
right.
framed around the door, and it was and then this figure, I could barely recognise the figure standing there in a white suit, haloed by all this light. And slowly, as my eyes adjusted, I saw it was George Harrison.
Hey.
And he said, "Is this where you come to get married?"
I love it. Glorious. Because it was right next door to the right place, wasn't it?
And the reason he was there was because between our shop
yes.
and our front door was the door
yeah.
to the registry office.
Could he not tell with all the bottles and stuff?
I don't know.
Extraordinary. So what did you say? Because you meet your hero.
I was completely dumbfounded.
And you missed the fact that you didn't have a chance to engage that sort of conversation.
I just said to him, "Oh no, you want that door there."
Well, you should say welcome in. Absolutely. Yeah, this is the reception beforehand, bit of Dutch courage, get you going. No, it is the trouble, isn't it? Because you probably kick yourself forever. This is your idol. They always say whenever you meet a celebrity, your IQ drops by about 30 points.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
so do you remember what you did say back to him?
That was it. I just said,
no, next door.
No, it's that door. You want that door there? And he went, oh.
And that was the extent of the conversation.
Oh, he said, sorry to bother you.
There you
sorry
go.
to bother you. That was it. Yes.
How funny. What would you have said, given the chance?
I don't know. Who knows? I would have said, George, I just thank you for the songs and the inspiration and any chance that we could get together.
There you go. Well, you would have played with him. That would have been good. Yeah. And actually, you could have had that sort of moment, which is wonderful.
But I think, given that he was about to get married, he was probably sort of
a
more
little bit worried
on that.
No, he would have absolutely. So you could have had that moment. He would have come in and that sort of stuff. It is good. Did you ever go back to went to the big nun's place afterwards when he was in there?
No, I never got to go there, but no, my mate Ian went up there a couple of times with his mum,
Yeah.
and he came back on a couple of occasions with stories of kicking a ball about with Pete Ham.
Oh,
Pete Ham from Badfinger.
Of course.
And Klaus Forman.
Yes, brilliant. And this is what I love about it, because when they settle down in these little villages or whatever, and Henley's beautiful, Henley-on-Thames, it actually attracts a lot of stars down there. I know lots of very good friends there. What I love, they're all normal. They need to go to the shop, they need to go to the off-licence, they sometimes need to go to the registry office. They work on that sort of basis. But stars have sort of populated your life. You've also helped some current television stars. You've been involved with those. Alison Hammond, tell me about her.
Hammond. Well, yes, my
first big break, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, my wife was running a shop in Birmingham. I would say it's probably around about 1993, which was a fair trade shop called Shared Earth.
Okay.
And she employed some Saturday
That's
staff.
how you met, isn't it, your wife in Shared Earth?
No, but that story comes a bit later.
Oh, look at you with that. There's an order for your stories. Go on then.
That's to do with my single.
Okay.
Which I'm hoping I'm going to get a chance to
You
play
might
in
do.
a bit.
We'll let you if you're good.
And so she was managing this shop, fair trade shop, and she had a Saturday staff, and which she selected herself. So she started from scratch. And this one girl, Alison Hammond, I mean, as soon as she came for the interview, my wife was telling me about her.
Yeah.
In the evening, she was saying she is amazing. You wouldn't believe it, a real force of nature. And and then Alison was clearly into acting and stuff, and we went along to a couple of performances that she did with the youth workshop that she was involved with, and she was good, and but then the shop, which was one of about 6 around the country, the CEO wanted to do a promo video, and my wife Nita said, you've got to use Alison as the presenter.
Brilliant.
And so she travelled around all the shops interviewing everybody. They put the video together, and she was fantastic.
How long ago was this?
She actually mentions it in her
autobiography as well. So how long ago was this?
That was 93.
93.
So that was just before. That was quite a while before Big Brother. I don't know when she did Big Brother, but and she mentions it in her.
I love it, but that was her stuff. You've also supported many different famous musicians. Tell me about some of those.
Yeah, well, I had I was on a list, mailing list for the O2 in Birmingham.
Right.
And so quite often they'd mail out bands that they'd got coming into town. They wanted a local support just to sort of bolster the audience numbers. And I responded, and I got to support Mike and the Mechanics, Pete Wiley, Roachford, Nick Hayward.
There you go. Oh yes, absolutely.
Nick. He was lovely, and he was living in Henley on
Told you
Thames.
they all just it's like Star Street, isn't it? Do you remember that? It's kind of good.
Who else? Oh, Sharon Core.
Yes,
was lovely.
amazing.
She was at the side of the stage, just inside.
Oh, so she was actually watching you.
Watching us, yeah.
So
when she said she absolutely loved it.
And isn't that great? So when you're a support act, I mean, you get different types of support acts. Some who pay to be on tour with people. That's how it used to be. How did those come about? Did the artists actually see you and say, "I want this guy"?
No, it was left entirely up to the venue.
Right.
And I think it was just down to how many tickets I promised that I could possibly sell, which didn't always work out.
Oh, is that right? So you promised yourself, but if you didn't, by the time you got the gig, is that right?
What you do is you sell the tickets,
yes.
and then you get like about 5% of each ticket.
Is that right?
But I wasn't bothered about the money.
But you get to play.
You get the prestige of playing with these
How
people.
many tickets did you have to promise?
Around about 25. That was
is that all? That's not bad, is it?
No, not bad at all.
And how much were the tickets?
Usually about, I don't know, 15, 20.
Okay, well that's okay. So you pay and you get your 5% back.
Yeah, that was a few years ago,
mates.
so 15, 20 quid.
That's all right.
I don't think you get to see Mike and the Mechanics these days.
I don't not for that amount of money. What I also love though is you've also replaced some of the major artists. Tell me about the time you replaced Ed Sheeran.
Well, that was last summer. Yes, I got a call from a friend that I used to be in an Irish party band with, and she'd had to retire. She was a fiddle player, and she rang me up to say that a friend of hers who organises these high-end parties had got a bit of a dilemma. She needed somebody to step in and do an Irish half hour of Irish music. And she said it's in Tuscany.
Yeah,
she said
lovely.
She said it's for a Premier League footballer, and she told me how much we were getting paid, and I said, yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Half that, and I'd be
How
happy
many tickets do I need to sell?
happy to go to Tuscany. And so we went over. I won't divulge the name of the guy.
Who
but,
was it?
I mean, I
Give us
suppose
a clue. Yes, you can.
I can't.
Who was
It wasn't a Chelsea goalie. It was Aaron Ramsdale.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely guy.
And a lovely guy and lovely people. His family were wonderful. And there was one particular incident which was very funny. This couple came over and they were chatting to us. And they were so charming. Really big guy, tall guy. And
Yeah.
I thought, I recognise you, but I just couldn't for the life of me think who he was. And we were chatting. He was asking loads of questions. Really good conversationalist. And I was thinking, you're the guy off the telly, you know. And I suddenly realised it was David Seaman.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah.
So brilliant stuff. We love this sort of thing. You've got your new single out. We briefly mentioned about your wife. Tell me about the single.
Right. Well, the single is a celebration of the lady that I married, which kind of gives the game away a bit, because I usually like to explain that I was single at the time. It was about 1990, and I'd had a tip off. There was this very lovely woman working behind the counter in this retro clothing shop in Moseley, which is a kind of a celebrated part of Birmingham, known for its sort of musical heritage. Bands like UB40 and The Beat and many others. And so I went in there on the pretense of looking for a pair of antique spectacles, and as soon as I walked in, I saw this woman. I thought, oh my goodness, she is gorgeous, and I think I might be punching above my weight.
Oh, wonderful.
And anyway, so I got chatting with her, and actually wanting to buy spectacles forced her to have to look at me, because I kept asking her what I looked in, and what I looked like in all these different specs. And so we sort of developed a bit of rapport, and then I went back a couple of days later looking for something else, I can't remember, and I asked her out, and she said no. But she had a good reason, so I thought, well, you know, I've not been rejected out of hand. So I gave it another week. I went back again, got chatting, asked her out again, and she said no again. I think she was hanging curtains the second time. And then I asked her about another 3 or 4 times, and then on about the 5th time, I decided even I was dignified enough to realise I was probably beaten. But she actually agreed to go out with me.
Oh, lovely.
And then we went out again a few more times, and we were together for about a year, and then I moved in with her, because she was she got a proper job and a house, and I was an impoverished musician living in rented accommodation, so I had to move into her place. And then we had children and got married, and now we got a granddaughter. We have three kids and a granddaughter.
Your best production ever. Do you remember? Name check them. Who are they?
So we've got Gracie Ellie Marcus and little Sayori.
Wonderful. And we've got the single out.
We've got the single out, which is, as I say, it's a celebration of how I felt about it, because when I met her, it's called So Moseley. So Moseley describes the sort of mindset that I was in, quite performative, quite immersed in all that bohemian kind of scene, and I was talking to her when I first met her. I was telling her about what I did and who I knew and stuff, and she wasn't in the least bit impressed. And I thought, I like that. That's what I need in my life. I need a counterpoint there. I need some contrast to keep me grounded. And so I sing in the chorus. I sing unpretentious, effortless originality. She's so down to earth. She has no need for gravity.
I love it. She has no need for gravity.
No,
what a great line.
And it's a celebration of everything that I felt.
Fantastic.
About
and I love, we're going to celebrate Moseley. It must be the only song celebrating Moseley. Take it away.
Second hand instead of new. It's not the money, just the thing you do. Looking like she's just stepped out of a pie summer's day. When I've got sore eyes, she's got the side. She makes a rainbow out of black and white, rescuing a great day when every day's a Mayday. I'm saved now, I've seen the light. Unpretentious, effortless originality. She's so down to earth, she has no need for gravity. I was so mosey with so much to learn. Look how the pictures get better now the bridges can burn. What I see is what I know I'll get. An open book, the best that I've read yet. It's a gift the way she can lift the words right off the page. I love the way she occupies her space with energy, authority and grace. Dancing and singing like nobody's listening and nobody's watching. Unpretentious, effortless originality. She's so down to earth, she has no need for gravity. I was so mosey with so much to learn. Look how the pictures get better now the bridges can burn. I never feel as alone as I did in the real world. I never felt quite at home as I do now in our world. Unpretentious, effortless originality. She's so down to earth, she has no need for gravity. I was so mosey with so much to learn. Ooh la la la, ooh la la. Unpretentious, effortless originality. She's so down to earth, she has no need for gravity. I was so mosey with so much to learn. Look how the picture's getting better now the bridges can burn.
I love it.
Thank you
Brilliant
very
stuff.
much. Thank you.
Very much. We're going to see you a little bit later on
Lovely. Look
in
forward
the
to it.
show, but for now, thank you
Fantastic.
very much. And
Thank
I
you.
love the theme tune. It's brilliant. So Mosley, put Mosley on the map. It's got to be good. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to be here with the queen of etiquette. Do not touch that dial. Welcome back to the Everyone Show with me, everyone. Well, who else? I'll tell you who else. It's regulars on the show, the wonderful Liz Brewer. Lovely to see you. The queen of etiquette.
Wonderful to see you.
And the wonderful author. We can call you that. Barrister extraordinaire, Get Carman. I shall publicise this every week. It's got to be good. This is a rare unsigned copy, this one. It looks good. Karen Phillipps, do get your copy. This is brilliant. And I understand there's a sequel to this as well, because some things are not yet covered.
That's right, they're not.
So we'll have a look at that. We'll talk about this in a minute.
We're hoping,
Busy Lizzie.
Oh, God.
I love that. You've got this wonderful magazine. Tell us about your week, because Karen and I have also been part of this.
I know you have. You came to my picnic lunch
We
in the
loved it.
garden. And we were lucky because I know everyone thought it was going to rain. And they kept saying it was going to rain. And I knew it wouldn't rain because I was having my picnic lunch. And
You had a word upstairs,
I
didn't you?
did.
I know. Everybody listens.
And it didn't rain.
Well done.
And I wanted you to meet Kustar.
Yes.
And get together with Karen. And also the wonderful Hector McCabe.
Yes, wasn't he wonderful?
He is brilliant, and he dressed my daughter for her last two albums, and this one. And I gather his next show, which I think is on the 18th of September,
Yes.
he's got robots taking
Oh,
part.
that's what he was telling me. So rather than just the runway with models,
He's got
he's going to get robots coming, which I think is wonderful.
It's going to be amazing.
It saves makeup,
Oh,
doesn't
no,
it?
it'll be
And
so,
riders, absolutely.
It'll be wonderful. So that was the reason that we all got together. And Peter Ash.
Peter Ash
And
is lovely.
Peter's got his next Odyssey Festival Orchestra concert on the 22nd of September, which will be amazing. And I'll take a whole gang to that. And
October, isn't it? Isn't
No,
it?
no, no,
Oh, so
no,
it's got
no,
one.
no.
It's got one in
October,
September.
it's
No, it's September the
at Cadogan
22nd.
Hall.
Cadogan Hall.
September
Okay.
the 22nd.
7:30.
And I got my tickets today.
Oh, well
But
done.
What I do is after the show, I have everybody, including Peter, comes
Lovely.
back, and we have what I call bubbles and bits.
Bubbles. Bubbles and bits.
And
It's going to be
about
good.
9:30, 10, yes. And Peter comes having, literally been the conductor.
And he's
during
quite an
the show.
extraordinary character. I mean, he did the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
He wrote the musical for that, knowing the Dahl family, and which was brilliant. So he did a sort of opera
Yes.
for Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and I have actually watched it, and it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. There's a lot more to Peter than meets the eye.
Oh no, and there's a lot to meet the eye.
But you have to draw him out.
Oh, okay,
You've
it's a
got to
little
draw him out.
shy. But
He's
Yeah.
quite shy. he
Yeah.
is, yes.
And I particularly wanted you to meet Kustar because I'd had lunch with her a couple of days before at the Chelsea Arts Club.
Yes.
And she told me this horror story about, how, the police had broken in and they wanted to forcibly make her have a smart meter. And we were talking about smart meters because I have to tell you, when smart meters was originally invented or introduced to us, I had the first one, or one of the first ones.
Yes.
And I was so excited. I had the little, what they call an in-house sort of computer thing. And so I tested everything. How much it cost to boil a kettle. How much it cost to have the television on
Yes.
for hours.
Do you remember the figures?
Whatever.
Remember roughly how much it was?
All I can tell you was it was so cheap. I thought, this is brilliant. So, I had everything on for a month. I can't understand why
Thought
I'd been
you
so
weren't
worried.
in England.
Right.
Until I got that month's bill, and it was like 20 times what I've ever
Is that
paid.
right?
Yes. So I got onto them and I said, well, your so-called smart meter isn't working. Oh, they said, our smart meter's working. What's not working is your in-house little computer.
So it's all your fault. They were trying to blame you,
I
were
have
they?
to tell you, they sent another one. That
Yes.
didn't work. They sent another one. And finally I got a sympathetic girl who said, well, the problem is, you've had yours now for 2 or 3 years not working. And they've upgraded the smart meter. So your smart meter won't work with anything we send you.
Right.
So I said, well, could you change it? That's got to be, every year I get onto them, every year they said, oh yes, we're doing something about it, we'll send something. They never do anything. They just sweet talk you. So I have no way of checking.
But maybe it's a deliberate campaign
It
to
could
just
be.
charge you a
Yeah.
lot of money.
And you know something, I'm not the only one.
Yes.
Because there are other people who also have the original smart meter. And I know you don't approve of smart meters.
I
do
don't,
you?
from a medical point of view, because I was advised by a friend of mine who's a consultant that really the waves from these smart meters are not good, rather like Wi-Fi in your home.
And you're saying about mobile phones because they get a bit
Yes.
hot and so on and so on.
Yes.
I know it's a controversial area. There are different
Yes.
views, and Liz, I think you think there's no risk at all, and some people say
I'm
there's a
not
risk.
saying
Yes.
no risk, but I've yet to find anybody who will prove to me that they've had brain damage or whatever, or cancer, because of the smart meter or because of
I suppose the point is this, isn't it? Is that if there is a risk and people are worried, do they have a choice? And that's the real question.
Exactly.
Is that fair?
It's all to do with choices.
They should have a choice, and certainly to actually arrive at someone's home and then try and force entry.
Yeah, and so we wanted to look at this, and what I love about this show, we can shine a spotlight on areas that most shows don't cover. So there's an advert there somewhere. But it's exactly that, because I'm sure there are people at home who have similar experiences with their smart meters, who turn around and think, well, a cup of tea only cost me tuppence.
I know, but there are.
Yeah.
And when that bill came, I mean, I got such a shock, and I'm trying to remember back. I think they gave me a certain amount as compensation, but they have never done anything about it. And that's what's disgraceful, because we live in this world today, and you want a voice to be able to complain to, and you might get a voice if you're lucky enough, and they'll just keep you soft and keep you happy, and nothing happens.
Yes.
And so often nothing happens, which is annoying.
And I think one of the reasons that they introduced them, I may be wrong, is that you have the meter so that they can read from a distance and know what your reading is without their having to attend.
But how do you know? But how do you know that if the first smart meter had to be replaced with a new type of smart meter, was it because it didn't work? If it didn't work, why do I still have one?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
And my electricity bills are ridiculous.
And what I find interesting, lots of people sort of report back on this, it used to be they based things on estimates.
Yes.
And so what would happen is they would sort of estimate how much. They never underestimated. No. It was almost too much.
That's
and
right.
then they relied on you, which I'd always recommend people do, to send in the actual figures, because that way you know how much you've used and it's really clear. The idea, as you rightly say, Karen, of smart meters was they don't need to attend because they can do that remotely. But if they're wrong, it's going to be even worse, isn't it?
Well, I can't speak more highly of, I don't know if we're allowed to use a name here.
Well, I don't know. They might be sponsors.
Octopusy.
Octopus.
No,
You can use the word octopus.
Octopus Energy.
Yes.
I have found the best ever. I moved to them because you can ring up their number. You'll speak to a person every time.
Right.
And if there is a problem, they'll deal with it. And rather than Eon and these other companies where you never speak to a person.
So what I want to do, and it's always a call out, because as you know, we want to be fair and balanced. We would like people from any of those companies come on the show, explain how it works, explain the sort of principle when people are overcharged, because some people have complained. And if you also have had a problem, do get in touch with the show. We'll try and get them on the same sort of time. What I loved about our lunch, and it's a glorious lunch, a fantastic day, as you say, you had a word upstairs, but you had to pop up every 5 seconds. The BBC, more platforms than Paddington, what they always say about me, but you've been called every 5. Tell us about that.
I know, it went mad that day. Suddenly, Weatherspoons, Sir Tim had decided, good for him, that he was making a rule that nobody could have their phones on loudspeaker. So not for conversations and not for music. And I absolutely applaud him, because, you know, people have got so used to being inconsiderate on, or they were on planes and trains and things. Nowadays on planes you're not allowed to do that. You've got to put your earphones in. But I mean, so yes, it started that morning at about 10 o'clock, and I'm sort of trying to organise my picnic lunch in the garden. And it was BBC Scotland, BBC Leicester, BBC Worcestershire and Herefordshire, BBC, you name it, it was every BBC. And you were so patient with me, because I'd say, I know I have to do another one. And now I'm going to do a pre-record, because I got 2 at 4:45. What I couldn't believe is, when I went to do the one at 4:45, and I was chatting to her, and I said, well, actually, you know, I'm in my garden, I've got a picnic lunch going, and I looked at my clock, and nearly 5 o'clock. But we were there till about
Well, we,
half past 7, 8.
if I weren't doing the show tonight, I'd still be there. I know, but we had a
Yeah,
fantastic
but
time.
it was wonderful.
lovely time.
I love having that mixture of different types of
It was
people.
absolutely wonderful.
We discussed quite a lot of legal matters.
We did.
Yes,
We
exactly.
almost 3
Yeah.
hours.
We did.
We weren't drinking during that
No.
time. We were having.
We were
serious
working. It felt like
Weren't you? Well, I kept filling your glasses.
I
so
know,
I
I
don't
know.
know. You might
Hey,
think you were.
I think it was the wasps. I think they were
We
sort
got
of-
through 4 bottles of champagne.
each.
And, and I think there were 6 of us.
I know.
And I was on vodka.
You were on
I was
vodka.
on Ukrainian spirit
I'm
vodka.
and they may be a
Yeah.
sponsor, so we're looking forward to them
Yeah.
coming on future shows.
Yeah,
It should be good.
I got on to my wonderful friend Valeria Ilinich, who is Ukrainian spirit vodka, which actually comes from one of the oldest,
Right.
incredible areas of Ukraine, and they still manage to get their vodka
It is
out.
amazing, and it's
Yeah.
come in this glorious
Yeah,
bottle.
they've got a
It's a
distillery
beautiful
there.
bottle,
Oh,
Yeah.
it's
isn't it?
wonderful.
Yes.
Wonderful. But that one I was drinking was pepper vodka,
Right.
which has become my favourite.
No, we love that. They do that with strawberries as well. And we really love that sort of stuff. Interesting topics, because you were talking about, and I don't think there's anybody who would turn around and say you have to have loudspeakers and so on and so forth.
Exactly.
What is your view? I mean, music, I understand it's appropriate for the venue.
Yes.
But if you can't socialise and it drowns the whole thing out, what's your view, Karen?
I disapprove, I must say, the number of train journeys that I've made where I'm sitting in front of or behind someone who's on loudspeaker. I'm either trying to work or read, because I always use train journeys to do that. And it's impossible. Perhaps I get distracted easily, but I like to sort of concentrate on one thing. You know, George Carman always
Yes.
used to say.
Is there a book about him by any chance? Get Carman, available now. Nice
He
segue.
No, he would always say you concentrate on one subject at a time.
Yes.
And I think that's what made him so good at his job. So if you're easily distracted, and I don't know how people can concentrate if they're listening to things on the.
Well, the trouble is, if you're on a train journey, I know if I'm on, I'm going to do some work.
Yes.
And
exactly.
you're trying to concentrate, and you've got somebody speaking in. They seem to speak louder when
They
they're on their
do.
phone.
Yes.
As if, I've got to speak louder because the person at the other end might not be able to hear
No,
me.
you're right.
And it is ridiculous. And one of the examples I gave on a couple of those programs, as I said, I was on a train, and the carriage was full, and this particular young man was having a very heated argument with either his girlfriend or I don't know who it was, mother, and in the end, I got up and I joined in. I went and sat by, and I said, so I started to join in, and he
Yes.
couldn't believe it. And the entire carriage applauded.
Well, of course, you're
That's so
you're
funny.
so brilliant.
Which was great.
But it's a pet hate of a
Yeah.
lot of people. You
Yes.
go on
Yeah.
public transport,
Yeah.
and somebody, for whatever reason, they have a video normally, don't
Exactly.
they?
Yeah,
And they're
Yes.
speaking from a distance, so you don't need a phone, actually. You
Yes.
can normally hear them in Brighton.
Quite right.
And they work on that sort of principle. It is extraordinary. The other thing
see-
you were speaking about
Yeah.
as well were tattoos.
Oh,
and we
yes.
talk about this.
Yeah.
We have this feature called Tats All Folks now, and we've had the wonderful Chris has talked about his tattoos and so on and so forth. We were talking about that,
Yes,
preempting
well,
it.
That was GB News. I
Yes.
think I was on that morning or the morning before.
Yes.
And it is one of those subjects which I've often had to chat about it. But this particular program was not to do like or dislike. This was to do with whether or not it might interfere when they're doing an interview for a job. And that was the subject. And they brought on this man.
The world's most tattooed man.
That's
You
right.
couldn't see him. It was all
You
tattoo.
couldn't
It was
see
glorious.
anything.
Yes,
And
exactly.
it was quite extraordinary. And he was all ready to have a good old fight with me. But as I said, I wasn't there to argue about whether or not I liked or disliked tattoos. I was there to give an opinion, which I reckon was a pretty good opinion, which was to do with does it harm your interview?
Yes,
And
yes.
of course, you've got a human being, and they're going to do an interview, and they've got a man whose face is covered.
And eyelids as well. I think it was
And,
extraordinary.
and see, when he started to try and argue, I said, I'm not arguing with you. I'm absolutely certain in the world you live in, it's absolutely wonderful. I was as polite as I could
You were very
be.
polite. You're masterful.
And I said, but we're talking about whether it might harm you
Yes.
during an interview.
Yes.
And you have to understand, people form an impression, and people are still old-fashioned enough, if they're interviewing you for a job, to wonder, well, if you're going to be opposite customer, etc., is it a good idea or not? That's what I was arguing
Yes,
about.
and you were very good. We had a little chat about it beforehand.
Oh, and that's right. He started to go into percentages. I can't remember what the percentage was, but I can't. And I said, it's a very interesting percentage there, because when I did my research, I found it was 4.5%, and this one realised that I was making it up.
It was a Liz Brewer special. It was lies, down lies and statistics.
That's
And
very
I've known
funny.
Liz long enough that I could tell when she wins an argument, because she says it with such authority.
No, it's not. You see, I said 4%.
All round figures are false,
Exactly.
that's what they say.
I was going to say, one of the funniest tattoos I ever saw was a criminal client of mine.
Yes.
He said to me, do you want to see my new tattoo? And I said, well, not particularly. Where
was
is it? So he took his shirt off in
Right.
the conference room. He had the entire racetrack at Silverstone
Good
on his
heavens.
back. And he said, my new addition is a car. And he described the colour of the car. So he said, you have to look at that particular car.
Oh, brilliant. What did you think? What car was it? Which team? Do you
It
remember?
was an E-Type Jack.
Ah, there you go.
Yes,
It's wonderful.
which is a nice car.
Yeah.
but-
The wonderful.
Funny.
The other social thing that you've had to do just today, because you often get called
Oh,
about
yeah, I did,
about
yeah.
how people should dress at different events. Tell me about
Well,
that.
that was Nick Ferrari, and actually,
Quite a good
they-
segue from
they-
A-Type to a
Exactly.
Ferrari.
They called
Very.
it 7:45.
Yes.
Could I do it at 8:30? Fine. And it was on camera, and so quick sort of hair and makeup. And anyway, that was Nick.
For Nick.
Well, yes, exactly. Well, it's not
And-
quick for Nick.
And anyway, so we did it, and it was because there was a girl who had turned up at a post office.
Yes.
And there is a sign outside, so you have to dress appropriately to go in this particular post. So they didn't want too much nakedness. And she'd gone in, and she had actually posted this on some social media platform, and she was wearing a completely backless dress down to here.
Yes.
And just bits here. And it was an evening dress. It was very strange. And so, you know, and what did I think about it? Well, you know, if you're going to make a comment, I've said, well, you know, if you're in a public place, especially in a supermarket or
Yes.
somewhere they're serving food or whatever, it's inappropriate to turn up looking a bit too naked.
Jolly
Yeah.
cold, I should think, too, in the
And-
freezer
and
department.
we were happily going along on this, and until Nick said, well, what about if you were a lorry driver and you didn't have a shirt on and you went into a garage which was selling food to pay your
Yes.
fuel? And I, which was totally different from the subject, but never mind. And I said, well, again, you're in a supermarket, you're in a place where people are buying food, and it's inappropriate to go in without your shirt on.
There you go.
And so, I mean, that was the gist of this very short interview today.
But we love it on that sort of basis.
Yeah.
We mentioned at the beginning
Yes.
about your work with George Carman.
Yes.
You've got a wonderful book out, which I keep plugging. Here we go. Some of the stories in here. You worked with him for many years.
Yes,
We
yes.
touched on this last time.
Yes.
There's a pattern, isn't there? With the people who always say the cases that you assume are not going to get favourably resolved.
Yes.
George
yes.
seemed to take whatever it was, and with his super charm and so on and so forth, he would twist it in a way.
Absolutely.
Many cases. Pick one of your favourites and tell me about it.
Well, I think certainly Jeremy Thorpe was a very interesting case. I wasn't around in those days
Right.
because that was in 1979.
Yes.
I think later on, just to see him cross-examine, for example, Sonia Sutcliffe,
Yes.
who was the widow of the, still wife, I think,
Yes, it's still
of
wife.
the Ripper.
Yes, George.
And or Janet
Peter Sutcliffe.
Peter
Sutcliffe,
Sutcliffe,
yes.
sorry, yes. Just to see the way he cross-examined, or Jonathan Aitken in that.
So what was the
case,
secret? Because he wasn't sort of vicious in terms of things. What's the secret of a good cross-examination?
Some people thought he was vicious.
Well-
I remember Janny Allen did, and so did Gillian Telford.
Oh,
I
you're
think.
right.
Well, he was vicious when he made that quote about David Mellor.
He was.
There
yes.
is a man likened to an ostrich with his head in the sand, thereby exposing his thinking parts. I mean, brilliant,
Absolutely.
brilliant turn of phrase, brilliant description.
Well, I think he was clever because he'd embarrass people
Yes.
with questions, but he wasn't embarrassed in asking them.
Right.
I mean, with Gillian Telforth, she had to ask all about the incident in the Range Rover.
Yeah,
the
tell us
apparent-
about that for people
well,
who don't know the
there
case.
they were apparently on, I believe, the A1.
Yeah, yes.
And they were stopped by the police in the middle of an act of oral sex,
Yes.
apparently. They both denied it. Later in court, it was very funny. All the jury had to descend to the sort of courtyard of the Royal Courts of Justice to see if, in fact, you could have sex in a Range Rover. So the judge was there and all the lawyers. And first of all, they had 2 actors, and then they had 2 journalists.
I love it. How hysterical.
But it was very funny. And George was very clever. And of course, in that case, he suddenly had delivered to the court,
Yes.
by pure chance, a video showing Gillian Telforth performing oral
So
sex
they had
at a
videoed it?
party.
Oh.
No, at
Oh,
a
and
party.
another.
A sort of
Was that
actor's
her party trick then?
Well, it was.
I mean,
She
Oh,
was.
please welcome today's party trick.
She was very drunk at this particular party, which was a private party and which she was entitled to be. But in fact, he used that to
Yes.
show that she was the type of person
that would do that.
so lowering reputation.
There you
So
go.
he was very clever.
And,
in
and
that
it is
respect.
extraordinary. I know it was a defamation action,
Yes,
wasn't it?
it was.
And we've had a number of cases. There's a wonderful cartoon you might remember by Jay Bright.
Yes.
And they have a picture of a cow with the word litigation on.
Yes.
They have the plaintiff pulling the horns of the cow, the defendant pulling the tail, and the
Exactly.
lawyer milking it.
Exactly.
Because the fees of lawyers
Yeah.
are horrendous. And I don't know if the figures are out yet about Harry's case
Yes.
and Elton John. Have the figures
Well,
come out
they
yet?
said, I think,
There was
50 million.
50
but-
million.
Yes.
I remember that
But
beforehand.
Daily Mail was something different.
Yes.
I think the damages are only in the sort of single figures.
Yes, it's the lawyer's
Yeah,
fees
but
which
it's
are the
the
difference.
They
lawyers.
lost the
The
case,
lawyers.
Yes.
so there
Yeah.
were no damages.
No,
Yes.
no,
The
but they
costs.
were. No, I suppose they didn't feel they were damaged, but they were damaged.
Yes.
They were damaged because people, might have thought, well.
I mean,
don't
you make a
want
good
to-
point, because normally the damages are
Yeah.
relatively small, but the
Yes.
lawyer's fees.
Yeah.
In this particular
Yeah.
case, as you say, that they lost
But
the action.
what
That's
is
the case.
happening with now? What is so extraordinary, and my belief is
Yes.
this is what I think, and I think Harry has to leave America, because I think if he doesn't leave America, he's going to be in deep shit.
Okay.
Because he did lie about the drugs thing.
So you think this
etc.
is Trump turning around? He
No,
doesn't like
I
him.
think the time is now. He's running out of time. Needs to leave. With Meghan, it's all to do with publicity and to keep herself in the public eye, whatever it's about. And here we're coming back, and I think we'll find now this is a dangerous situation, because she will find every reason possible to start using the, her whatever
Yes.
card that she can,
Yes.
without using too many words. So she will do that. Where they're going to stay, where they're not going to be in Royal Palace, I have a feeling, because
Yes.
I do know when Rain Spencer was a great friend.
I don't know.
And she had a cottage on the estate, her estate. And that cottage, it was a Palladium cottage, which had about 4 bedrooms. I
Right.
mean, it was quite large. Beautiful cottage.
That was in Althorp.
Yes.
It was
Yes.
at Althorp.
Yes.
And they did go there to visit
Charles,
Diana's
absolutely, yes.
grave. And it could, I mean, I don't know, nobody said anything.
No,
but I'm just wondering, where would you go
Yes.
if you wanted to be somewhere fairly safe,
Yes.
perhaps near family, and there is that Palladium cottage.
Oh, that's very good.
Which, in fact, Rain,
What,
she did
lived
the
in?
interior. No,
Ah.
she did the interior.
Oh, she did the.
design.
Oh, is that right?
She
Okay.
let it to Peter O'Toole.
Right.
And Peter O'Toole and a friend of mine called Anton Christensen.
Yes.
And Anton used to do those wonderful house parties, as did Peter. And because Peter and his sister, they took a lease on that. And so I often used to go up there. It would have been, of course, be the most perfect place
Right.
for them to locate to. I'm only saying that
Oh,
because
no,
I
it's
happen
interesting
to know
speculation.
it, and it's speculation.
Yeah.
It's not fact, and nobody's told
And
me.
don't be
needs to
surprised.
And you-
Yes.
somewhere near
And you are the
schools.
first
Yes.
person
Schools,
I've
doesn't
even
it?
mentioned that to.
No, oh no, but well done.
Yeah.
We
I
chatted
thought they
privately.
were talking more about the Cotswolds.
They were talking about the
Yes.
Cotswolds, but I
Yes,
also have,
it-
because they do have that special
Yes,
relationship
exactly.
with Charles
Yes.
Spencer,
Yeah.
who's been a really good friend. And I mean,
And
he's
isn't
been
he
on the show.
bringing a book out?
Yeah, he is
Yes,
about the
about-
true
so
things about
that's
Diana.
right, which he didn't really get on with her when she was.
Well, it is
they had a
interesting,
bit
and
of
obviously it's an anniversary coming up
Yeah.
at the end of this month
Yes.
for
Yes.
Diana's death.
Yeah.
And I've always said about sort of resolution. As you know, I do just as you do, more platforms
Yes.
than Paddington.
Yes.
So we appear regularly, and
Yeah.
I've said, look, Harry and Meghan, they will come back to the UK. We predicted it actually last week before they talked about the
Yes.
reverse
But she's
Brexit.
going to bring up that race card because everything that goes wrong for her from
Yes.
now on, it's going to be the race card. So, and she, of course, doesn't have a problem going back, except she doesn't have that many fans at the moment.
Well, it's difficult, isn't it?
And her programs are flopping, I gather.
Well, they had that Cookie Queen as the latest thing about Girl Scouts
Everything
making
she's-
cookies.
Everything she's touched
But
has
Liz,
not
don't you
worked.
think in reality, I mean, you knew Diana as I did, I feel particularly, it's quite tragic that it has come to this, that particularly the two brothers, I mean, leaving Meghan out of it,
Yes.
that William and Harry have fallen out
But
so
she has
badly.
created that. She has created the falling
Yes,
out.
but perhaps
They
if-
weren't falling out. You know, when Harry, William were like that,
Right.
and
Yes.
Harry was very close to William
Yes.
and Kate, and adored Kate, and they had a wonderful relationship until she got married, and it happened when with the bridesmaids
Right.
But if
and
there's
all
a
that.
chance to repair that damage before Charles,
It doesn't
leaves
matter
his life.
whether there's a chance or not. I can assure you that because of the type of person that we are dealing with here, who is so ambitious, unbelievably ambitious, manipulative, and focused all the time on her image and going forward, I can't see that whatever happens, it's only going to be a short time. And William's not stupid. William knows what went on. William was very careful never to be in the same room as Meghan at the same time, ever.
Right.
He felt those vibes, and he's a very sensible, intelligent person. And I'm afraid I can see no future.
but don't you think
No
she's got
future.
to change her behaviour? Because if she doesn't, she's not
What
going to be
you
popular with the
can't
British public.
You can't change something. You can't take the spots off and think you've got
It
a
is
different
difficult.
animal.
I had
You
Dr.
can't.
Arthur Cassidy, who
Yeah.
who knows them very well.
He's
and
wonderful,
He's
yes.
wonderful. He talks
Yeah.
about the psychology, and he works on a lot of these reality
Yeah.
programs. And he says, we talked about resolution.
Yes,
And a lot of it means that you sometimes have to say sorry even if you don't
You
think
do.
you're there.
exactly.
You do need to change because there's that sort of relationship. And I personally think it's very sad that two brothers who were originally very close,
Yes.
and with Diana's anniversary coming up, I would really hope they would bury the hatchet not in each other's head, but bury whatever differences there are.
But they had that
Admit there are problems
when they got
and deal
together,
with it.
when they unveiled that statue.
Yes,
Do you remember?
I do. Well, and
I mean,
Charles
you
was
could
there then, Charles
cut-
Spencer.
You could
Yes.
cut that bad energy with a knife.
It was. They were as far away as possible, weren't
But
they?
perhaps
And-
since
but
then,
too much damage has been
yes,
done.
but
Too
since
much damage has been done.
So
People
look at-
haven't forgotten.
Oh no, you're absolutely. So,
those
so looking at that, you're both brilliant at advising people. I've heard the advice you give people behind the scenes, and they should listen more to Liz, and they should definitely listen to both of you actually. What advice? Because Meghan and Harry, they never miss an episode of this. What advice? What advice would you give them to make sure they, first of all, get back on the side of the press, because the press don't like them very
Yes,
much.
yes.
But also the general public, and also the royal family. Let's take both of you. Just start with you, Liz.
But they already have a string of PRs working
Yes.
on this. They also at the same time they do have various journals who do cover them and are their fan because it sells words. It
Column
sells.
inches, absolutely.
Absolutely. And therefore you're in a situation now. You're going into the mind of somebody who is already 2 steps forward
Right.
all the time. You know, this was all planned from the last visit. This is actually a dangerous situation for our monarchy. It's a dangerous situation for William and Kate.
Yes.
I don't care what anybody says. I can't see how this can be resolved, because you're dealing with somebody who is, I think, narcissistic, I think has a plan, and I think will do anything to continue being the most famous woman in the world, you know, bigger profile than Angelina Jolie, and more column inches than Princess Diana.
Yeah, and it's interesting, there is a talk of an acting role she may already have over here, so we'll have a look at that. So you think there's no hope at all?
I can't see any hope.
Okay.
I mean, and even if something happens, it's going to be a limited time, in exactly the same way as when she came over. I mean, I knew too much about what was going on behind the scenes. I think I told you.
And you're very discreet, so I know you won't disclose that. But
I
yes.
really did. And even Buckingham Palace and the press office, a lot was known at that time.
Yes.
There was nothing they could do about it.
Okay, interesting. No hope at all. Karen?
Well, I think they've got to move beyond their own ambitions, and they've got to realise that if they come back here, whether they're using the royal title for...
Karen, they're not going to. Meghan is not going to do that. She is very ambitious, and she's going to continue being ambitious, even if she has to bite her tongue for a year. But she is not going to change.
But Harry, for example, I remember when Princess Diana and I had the same tennis coach, and I remember when he was very young, and he'd always play around on court, and I've known him over the years. He's a fabulous person.
I put on his first mega revenge.
Oh, did you? What was that?
Oh, yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. Amazing to go over the whole place. He was fabulous, charming, fun.
He is,
great person.
And what he does,
he
I always
has changed since he got married.
And every time people are rubbishing him, I always bring up two things. Is one, what he's doing in mental health. Because I always admire anybody in the public eye. I want us to be the generation that speaks about mental health, so the next generation doesn't suffer the stigma. And the other things in the Invictus Games, both of those he should be applauded for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think because of that, I just feel that there's a chance. I mean, if she wants to stay with Harry, of course she may not. But I mean, if the marriage is to carry on, I think she's got to change. And I know you're saying she can't. I also think that after all, the king is very important if they come back to this country. In America, it may not matter, but after all, he is the king. And I think he can exercise some influence. And I think if they want to have a relationship at all, they've got to comply with...
Charles, it's already affected his health.
Yes.
We don't know to what extent his health is now deteriorating. We don't know any of that. And the problem is, the more aggravation you get, the more stress. It doesn't help your cancer situation.
Yes.
But in this particular instance, you know, so much was already known, and so much damage has been done.
Yes.
And I can only see this will create even more damage.
And that's very sad. I mean, again, what I was talking with Dr. Arthur Cassidy about, he said it would be good for the king if there's a positive, if this is the return of the prodigal son, that's good for your health, is what he was thinking.
Exactly. Even if Harry and William don't have a good relationship, or
Shakespearean is their relationship, isn't it?
I think eventually, you know, Harry will grow up.
Yes.
Harry may have learnt a lesson.
Yes.
Or is learning a lesson.
I think he has, yes.
But he is still married.
Yes.
And whatever there are lots of rumours which need to be ironed out.
Yes.
There is a big rumour about whether those children actually came out of her body or not. I mean, that is a significant rumour. There's another rumour.
Well, of course, Lady Colin Campbell's written a wonderful book about the...
Every day.
Yes.
Every day.
And a podcast every day.
I mean, her podcasts are phenomenal.
What does she say? Just remind people.
Oh.
It would take too long.
Every day, yeah. Well, she has said, I mean, this is a very dangerous situation.
Yes.
It's the plan, and she can read Meghan like a book.
And she really knows what she's talking about, doesn't she?
She had a narcissistic mother.
So she thinks she's not. In the interest of balance, because obviously Meghan's not here, and I spoke to some of her friends as well, some
Yes.
people who are on suits, so Abigail Spencer,
Yes.
for example, I had
Yes.
lunch in Cannes, named or
Wonderful.
whatever it is, but she would tell you all the nice things about Meghan behind the
Yes.
scenes, because
Yes.
there's good and bad in everybody.
I'm sure.
And it
absolutely.
must be horrendous if she were the mother of the children, and people are spreading those sort of rumours and it's not
They're
founded.
not being spread.
Okay.
They're not. I mean, according
she can
to
always
that-
sue.
according to
Do you know any good lawyers? Is that what you're
and it
saying?
may be
If it was
hearsay.
untrue, she
Okay.
would have probably sued
Yeah.
by now. I
Oh
think.
gosh, absolutely. And as Georgie said, sue me, sue me.
Yes.
But
Well,
this-
she knows that she knows
she does.
the truth.
Of course she does, absolutely. And so if Meghan wants to sue her, why doesn't she?
Well, and absolutely, and she's not here to defend
No,
herself.
no.
We'll work on that sort of basis. It is.
Perhaps she'll come on your show.
Oh, she will.
Andrew.
She's coming straight after you. I always give you two top billings. Straight after. Absolutely. So, but it's a question,
Yes.
and I think if you can have questions, back it up with evidence,
Completely.
make sure all sides
Yeah.
are represented, and that's what we like to do on the
But
show.
you're going to find this is going to grow.
Yes.
So this is just the beginning. This
Yes.
has just been the announcement.
Yes.
Now you're going to find there will be stuff coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
Now
Yes.
you're going to find that people are going to insist on getting the truth.
Well, you're absolutely right, and especially now the press have had this victory.
Yes.
How do you think that's going to affect the relationship with the press? Do you think they're now going to go after them even more, or do you think they're going to say that's enough is enough?
Well, I mean, if you read the last week,
Yes.
the Mail's You magazine, was
Yes,
it?
yes.
And they did a very fair account of what Meghan has and has not achieved, and it was very fair, and it was balanced. I mean, it wasn't spiteful in any way. It was a journalistic report, and it was very well done.
Well, I think the Mail would rather work with them.
Yes, absolutely.
Well,
Then
because
That'd be
they
good.
sell
Yes,
newspapers.
exactly.
Sell newspapers. And Harry, I mean, I can't understand how Harry could be so stupid as to have been told virtually, you're going to win this. You're going to win this.
Well, I'm
But to-
surprised about that too, that they actually
Unbelievable.
proceeded thinking
Do you
that they
think
were going
he thought, well, he's a prince, so he's a member of the royal family.
But it wasn't just Harry, it was Elton John,
Well, Elton
it was
John,
a whole
right.
load of...
But
I
they
mean-
were relying on the fact they had Prince Harry.
Well, it was a number of other things, and I think this is what's interesting about the legal fees on this, because they will go into the millions.
Yes.
I've heard figures of 50
Yes,
million
yes,
and so on and
absolutely,
above.
Yeah.
The question is who pays for that?
Well, exactly.
People all say, oh, Elton will dig in his pocket just because he's got the money.
He may not.
He may not.
No.
I mean, you've
Well,
worked
Harry
with...
still
Yes.
has a lot of
Yes.
money.
Not that much
Yes,
to
but he
get rid
won't
of.
he
want
still
to
has
use
quite a
it
lot of
to
money.
pay that.
But they obviously don't have enough money to continue in Montecito.
Yes.
That was absolutely bleeding money.
Well, of course, the Mail might do a deal for a few interviews.
Oh, there you go. That's the way. Absolutely. So, what a great idea. We'll broker that deal. Instead of the 50 million, the legal fees, write a few articles. There we are.
Yes, but the legal fees are separate.
Yes.
The Mail, I think it was, as I said, it was either single figures. I don't think it was a lot.
Oh, they had quite a lot of costs.
'Cause
But
I
David
read it this
Sherburn,
morning.
of course, is
Yes.
an expensive
Yeah.
KC. But of course, again, I don't know all the facts, but I'm surprised that if he actually said there was a very good case and they went ahead, that they
Do
actually
you think
lost.
he said that? I don't think he said that. I think everybody advised him not to go ahead.
Well, I think they must have advised not to go ahead because
Even the
Otherwise-
judge.
Well, the judge,
Yeah.
which is interesting.
Even the judge.
They've had
Well, it
some
was a-
victories, haven't they?
yes, it
They-
was a classic case of
Yes.
mediation or to settle.
Yes.
But for
So-
whatever reason, they went ahead. Now, whether it was that Harry wanted to go ahead, maybe Elton didn't want to, but they were all linked together.
And I
had
sat in
to.
on some of the case. I
Yes.
heard some of the evidence.
did you?
Yes, and it's always
Oh,
interesting.
gosh,
But these
amazing.
things go on. The thing about the press,
Yeah.
you get the headlines. It's a few
Yes,
column inches,
yeah,
and it's summarised as a case which goes
Yeah,
on forever,
so-
for many,
Completely.
many weeks. And they have to effectively prove
Yes.
that this is what happened. This is how they obtained
Yes.
the story. And they basically didn't reach the necessary threshold to make that proof.
Yes.
Is that a fair summary?
Probably,
Yeah.
yes. Yes,
That
I
is
think
interesting.
so.
Well, the sun, we've shone.
And the sun's
And the sun's now
come
coming.
out. Wonderful.
Liz, Karen, thank you so much
Thank you
again.
very much.
Regulars on the show, you will be back. But for now, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Andrew,
you.
very
It's
much.
wonderful.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have a little bit more music. Do not touch that dial. Well, hello and a very warm welcome back to the Andrew Eborn Show. I have the wonderful Richard Ampe. How are you, Richard?
I'm fine, thank you.
It's
How
good
you
to
doing?
see
You okay?
I like the shirt.
Thank you very much. Did you know who he is?
Go on, tell us all about it.
Oh, well, it's Michael Jordan.
Michael
famous
Jordan.
NBA player, from...
We know Michael Jordan. We also have the wonderful Bubba. How are we, Bubba?
Hey guys,
I love the t-shirt. Talking about t-shirts. Creative
Yeah,
Women
yeah,
Forum
yeah.
10th anniversary.
Lovely
I was
t-shirt.
at it. I represented.
Here we are. We
I
can
wanted to be
can
here.
give you your own mic.
Oh my!
Look
how
at
technical
we've
we are
upgraded
today.
everything for you today.
Wow, that's amazing. I wanted you to tell us
Okay, yeah.
about what you're doing because I was completely fascinated and said you've got to come onto the show.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Tell us about yourself. Tell us about everything.
Okay, everything. Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll start with myself. My name is Richard Ampe. So I do a variety of things. At one stage, we've just closed down, sadly, our football academy in Ghana.
Right.
So this was an academy to make football accessible to everybody within a region of Ghana called Salt Pond, which is known for sort of poverty. So we were running on sort of donations. It's also the home of, if I'm correct, Kwame Nkrumah, so the president that brought independence to Ghana.
Yes. It is.
Yeah. So
Who we love.
who we love. Yeah.
Who my grandfather, young Carew, was the advisor to.
Oh, is that
Oh,
right?
really?
Ah,
Look at that connection. Yeah. So we opened an academy there, which sort of ran for about 2 years, and we took donations from clubs in the UK and from individuals as well to provide boots and sporting equipment so that football was accessible. But due to us running it out of our own pockets, we've had to sort of pause it at the moment. But when we do restart, the focus is going to be on access to football for females, because there's various issues for females in Ghana at the moment. So we're going to use football as a source of empowerment and also, I guess, sort of autonomy for females in Ghana. As well as that, I'm also a film director and writer as well, with a keen focus on content that humanizes the black male.
Right.
Because we, in the media, and it's unfortunate I say this just as Professor Jason Arde has passed away, but we have an issue in the media in the way that we treat individuals, and we sort of have a tiered system, and I feel that black males sort of fall towards the bottom of that tier system, and largely it's about the representation on television and in media and how that impacts the societal view of black males.
And it's so important to talk about these issues, and we
Yep.
always say at the same time you want things to be a meritocracy, you want equal opportunities is where it is. And
Yeah,
where there's underrepresentation, make sure things are balanced.
Yeah,
We were here last week
Mhm.
when we heard the tragic news about Jason.
Yeah.
Did you know him?
No, not at all. No. I knew of him, but no.
And it's just to deal with that, because it's a really tricky case about the balance in terms of, and how social media and how the press and everybody else, they can all pile on. At the same time, there needs to be a balance between how do you represent legitimate questions without sort of driving people to absolute despair where they feel alone. What's your view on that?
Yeah, no, I guess I partly agree. You see, the thing is, if you're, and I won't delve too much into it, but to discredit somebody based on their sort of academic achievements, and then an investigation takes place which clears that person, but then you look for the next thing to discredit them, and you find that thing, and what about the next thing to discredit them? And it's sort of like you're going to keep going and keep going and keep going, and how far do you go before actually it's enough?
Before it's
exactly,
literally enough.
And at the time when he was alive, people took pleasure in it. It was humorous. Any podcast you tuned into, people were laughing, joking about it, but all of a sudden he passes away, and it's serious now. And for me, it was serious in the first
We
place.
never found it funny, ever.
It was never ever funny.
It's never fun. I was speaking to Dr. Arthur Cassidy, who's an advisor on lots of these reality shows and so on and so forth. And he says, look, at the end of the day, behind all these stories, there's a real human being. And people forget when they all pile on with the jokes and so on and so forth. But there has to be a balance, as you say. And realise, because we were talking also, as you know, Gary is a regular on the Olympic side. We have various people in football. And they turn around and say, actually, we got rid of locker room banter now, because what's dismissed as banter sometimes goes far too far.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
what some people might find entertaining is not something that other people will find
Yeah.
entertaining. But
Yeah.
also, what he had to do to get to his position,
Exactly.
Yeah.
only he knows,
Yeah.
and only his family knows, and that nobody should be able to take that away from
Yeah,
him.
you
Yeah.
can't.
And
you-
that's what's important, because he would have had a lot of racial discrimination to
yeah.
get there,
to get into
and
that
that's
institution.
to get even the foot
Absolutely.
in the door.
And they're looking at now, and it's just been announced in the last few hours, that the person who complained about the plagiarism has himself, I understand, been suspended, and they're looking into the reasons why. I
But
think
too little, too
Too
late.
late.
Do you
Yeah,
know what I
that's what I was
mean?
gonna
That's the
say.
story of Africa. Too
Yeah,
little, too late.
Yeah, yeah,
you know.
yeah.
And that's why it's so important that we do these things. People
Yeah.
say learn the lessons from history, and I say, but history repeats itself ways because we don't learn those lessons. So the more that you can
Yeah.
call things out, the
Yeah.
more that you can turn around and get the proper representation, all credit to you.
Yeah, and it's getting people in the right places. So I don't know who investigated or what it looks like or what the team in Cambridge looked like, but you have more people that look like Jason. Then actually, maybe you have people in there who are asking different questions.
That might help.
And
Yeah.
and redirecting people. And
Yeah.
I think that's the we're so used to seeing, I guess, for me, black males portrayed in a certain way, and people will sort of approach a black male, but before they've even spoke to you,
Yeah.
intrinsically have an idea of
Already
what you
set
are,
in.
and they approach you with that.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Jason Arde, even though he's what was he referred to as a leading black scholar alongside Kehinde Andrews
Yeah.
in the UK, who his Black Studies course at Birmingham University has actually been pulled just around the same time as
Really?
Jason Arde.
Interesting.
Yeah, so but you're not viewed in the same way. So it's about looking at representation across the
Sure.
board. Okay.
So we talk about prejudice, which we absolutely abhor, and this is what Barbara and I love the idea, just of using the show, make
Yeah.
people aware of it, so we can address
He brings his
these
people on.
differences.
I bring
Yeah,
my people on,
good, yeah.
and we find common ground.
Exactly, and
Yeah.
that's the thing.
It is, and my grandfather, young Carew, who was the first black editor in the UK with the Kensington Post,
Yeah.
but he was also has a chair for life at Princeton University
Good for him.
because he created black studies, and the fact that he had to do that
Yes.
Yeah.
was already something. But then there's also the fact of the clothing line that I'm doing, which is based on when people, which is from Africa, proudly based in Mozambique, made in Mozambique. The concept is that when people from, when black men dress, when young black youths, black boys, Africans, they look really good. People say, you're a gangster, you're a pimp. Have you stolen something for it? How did you get that money? That is a constant thing that people say.
Yeah.
So when people now come to Africa and they see how people dress in Africa and they want to represent and dress in such a beautiful way,
Right.
that's what we're
It is
trying to turn
important.
the narrative around.
Yeah,
And I
it
love
is.
that.
Because people constantly say, oh, haha, did you steal for that? Did you think? And it really, really pisses
I know, of
people
course.
off.
And that's
absolutely.
sorry, I was just saying, and
Yeah.
and that coming back to the sort of films, documentaries I make, and it's challenging stuff,
narrative.
challenging those narrative, and also removing the trauma from our screens, because biggest films
Nicely
that we're
put.
talking about when we're talking about representation of black males are full of trauma.
Right.
Yep.
And we've become a society that's too used to seeing black trauma as entertainment. So even when you go back to George Floyd, I think it was one of the most striking pieces of trauma that
So
traveled,
true.
just circulated and
So true.
circulated. And for people sending it, that it was like the trauma's removed.
So
when
true.
we start to see black males, because we see it as so much entertainment, we don't see the trauma in it anymore.
Yeah.
No, and it's such a valid point. And just say,
I
we want
love
to make that sort of point. So, how are you in the different things that you're doing? How are you addressing that? And how can the audience at home help sort of keep an open mind, change whatever prejudice there may be, because it is prejudice.
Yeah.
And lots of people, and that's the thing, a lot of people have not been to Africa.
Right.
A lot of people who are white, who haven't been brought up with friends, with families and stuff. I know I was raised in Italy, where, you know, some people, the only African people that they've seen, people who are black,
Right.
are people that have got on a boat, and I'm like, whoa.
Yeah. That's
Literally, this person is desperate.
yeah.
They maybe haven't had water and food for 3 days,
Yes.
and they are this and this. And when people start to realize
Yeah.
that that is not the same thing, I always say, let's go back to the roots. Let's go back to the source in Africa. Instead of booking a flight somewhere else, maybe come back to Africa. Meet us, see us.
Absolutely.
Because that helps.
Sure.
Because
Well, there's a great movie that I saw when they're talking called Io Capitano, which gives a different view about the people coming over on the boats.
it does. I've seen it.
Have you seen it? It's
Yeah, I have.
really powerful because it tells the story from an individual's point of view, and actually it's the people traffickers who should be addressed rather than being demonizing the others.
I say that as an
Yeah.
Afro-Latina. I'm saying
Yes.
when, you know, people, when they talk about, you know, South Americans, and they say, what language do you speak?
Right.
What do you
Yeah,
look
yeah,
like
yeah.
there? Or, you know, Africa, is it one country?
Yeah,
And
oh,
I'm
of
just
course,
going, okay.
Yeah.
You know, those sort of things, it
Yes.
only happens when the narrative changes.
Yeah.
And it's addressing unconscious bias for
Yeah.
me.
So much.
yeah, so that's it. It's, there's a great when you study. So I've worked at the BBC, and we do this great unconscious bias course. And there's an element of it where you draw yourself in the centre. Your immediate 5 friends that you'd ask to borrow money from, then your 10 next friends who maybe you went to uni with or something, and then 20 or another 10 friends who you from childhood,
Right.
and then look at the makeup of those friends.
Yes.
Really
And
says everything.
It says everything. So you can read
Yeah.
books, you can go and look or
It's
wherever.
not the same.
But if you're not in contact with people that
So
make you
true.
challenge your unconscious bias
really
on a
is.
daily basis, then we can articulate things really well. We can educationalize it, but nothing will change.
Nothing
it's
will
about
change.
people challenging their unconscious bias, and it's what you consume as well.
Sure.
You know, it's a big thing what you consume. Look at the top 10 rated programs that feature
Absolutely.
black males or black characters. What are they and how are they portrayed?
Right.
You know, and
It
it's so, yeah.
really is that.
And also encouraging broadcasters and people to put money behind people that want to make content that's different to what exists, because it's with film and sort of TV, especially when it comes to content made by non-white people, you're looking at what can be an instant hit, what can be an instant success,
So much.
but the rules aren't the same.
They're not.
You know, you
Yeah.
don't have the opportunity to fail as somebody who's not white.
And it's so
That's such a good point.
Yeah,
You
but
do not
You do not.
have the chance
You don't
to
have the
fail.
space to fail. You get one shot. If you fail,
And-
you're gone.
And what about,
Beautifully
so
put.
the reason we have public broadcasters such as the BBC
Yeah.
is so that they don't have to worry about the commercial side of it.
Yeah,
How do you think the BBC is responding to this issue?
yeah. That's a big question. It's a
Well,
big
no,
question.
That's a
Well,
big
yeah,
question.
absolutely.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
we're
yeah.
probably not going to talk about that, because we might want to do something with
No, but they
Yeah.
can change.
down
Yeah.
the way.
I
How
think
we would
it's-
say it is, look, we're starting a lot of, we have our own film production
Yes.
company, and it's Africa based. It's going to be across 54 countries, then it's going to be Atlanta, then it's in Louisville, then that says
Wonderful.
everything,
Yeah.
because having our own studios changes everything.
Yeah.
Because the narrative means that we decide everything.
Yeah.
And the minute we get that kind of power,
Yeah.
that's what we
That's
need.
where the change
So
happens.
that's how I want it to be. That's what my grandfather taught me.
Yeah.
That's how I'm going to
To
do
answer your question slightly, it's about getting people, like, not just thinking of when you look at
How many
the
black people can we
wherever,
put into a
you're
TV
not,
show?
Yeah, you're not just talking about in front of the camera.
Yeah.
You're talking about behind the
Oh,
camera,
absolutely.
because that's
Electricians.
what dictates what people see,
Thank
the
you.
view, the narrative. So you
There you
want
go.
more people. You need to make diverse crews. You want crews to be as diverse as
There you go.
possible, so
It's
that
the
there's
actual crews
Yeah.
Yeah.
that are doing that. It's
Yeah.
the actual
Creative
production
teams,
companies,
yeah.
creative teams, owning the studios, who then say, you know what, if this film's a flop,
Yeah.
it actually doesn't matter because we own the studios. We wanted to get
Yes,
that out.
exactly, and it's a good story.
And our own award ceremonies. that then
Yeah.
say, hey, it's taking that ownership, and by having that in Africa, that then represents the whole world after that, it's very, very powerful.
Yeah.
And I think that it's also showing kids one day, hey, I can make whatever kind of film I want to.
Yeah,
And that's what we
And
want.
you need those role models as well, as you say, it's
We
the
do.
next generation.
Yeah.
Turn around and say, actually, there's somebody who maybe looks like me. Who could be amazing
Not
as
just, oh
well."
my God, it's amazing. There's somebody in a movie who
Absolutely.
maybe looks like me, who I can be in that film. What a privilege. No, how about we own the entire studios and we dominate the market?
And then you can sort out award shows, because so long, we've had sort of issues around
Go
award
there.
shows not recognizing or acknowledging great pieces of work made
you.
by black directors, black writers, or whatever. So, but it's for me, I'm somebody who thinks to the extreme that actually we're not taking our plate anymore to beg and say, please
Thank you.
acknowledge us, please see this great
Thank
piece
you.
of work that it's time to
Yes, it is.
do and create our
Because
own.
we make amazing stuff, so
yeah.
we don't need to actually
Yeah.
maybe be on that platform, because we're going to create our own, because it's amazing.
Yeah.
And that's what we're trying to say. That's the kind of role models, I think, and that's what's going to change the narrative.
Yeah.
But listen, yesterday you told me something about your film.
Yeah.
Wait, I want you to tell us
Okay.
everything about this.
So, this is what's been written at present. So, yeah, we have a global issue with male fertility at present, and it's definitely something that's underrepresented in the media. So, I'm working on a film that looks at male fertility and the impact of it, because when you think about fertility and couple struggles, quite often we go to the female and it's like,
It's true,
what's the
isn't it?
issue
Yeah.
with the female, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah. But quite often, and it's emerging in stats, right, that actually men are struggling with fertility and that it's actually a crisis. So this film sort of looks at the male struggle of fertility when everybody thinks it's the female, but actually
So
how
interesting.
the
Well done.
male
Good.
manages it. And I think opening up these conversations
Absolutely.
makes it better out there for people. And yes, we get it on TV, we get it made, and then people see it, and it's like, actually,
Yeah.
that's something I can identify with. And there's conversations, and then
By
there's
being
follow-up
vulnerable,
with, yes,
talking about
exactly.
it.
And it encourages male vulnerability,
Yeah.
because male issues that are going unnoticed at present is because we're not able to be vulnerable. We're not able to express these things without people thinking, oh, that's your masculinity there.
Yeah.
That's the question in your masculinity. Oh, you can't have a child. Then your masculinity has to drop down to 50% or whatever it is. So yeah, this film's in the process at the moment, and it is a black cast, a black character again, which challenges our perceptions of black males. And in this, you clearly see vulnerability in this male to
Love it.
something that's ultimately demasculine.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
the other thing, Barbara and I, we
And
spoke about this, about breast cancer as well.
Yes.
And do you remember we
Yeah.
talked about that men get breast cancer as well?
Well, yeah.
I
we're
had
talking about
somebody
sort of
on the
things.
show
Do you remember?
about that,
And we wanted to
yes,
talk about these
yes.
issues. So this is the mission
Yeah.
that Barbara and I have talked about when we're looking at common ground, about changing narratives,
Yeah.
about getting rid of prejudices.
Yeah.
We're getting an understanding. We get a better world
Yes.
if people understand that.
Yeah.
People want to find out. We're going to get you regularly because I
Yeah.
Yes,
love everything
we
that
are
you're doing.
going to get him
We haven't
regularly.
even spoken
I
about
dragged
education
him
yet.
on the show.
Yeah.
Say about the education,
Yes.
because
Yeah.
honestly, come on.
Yeah,
this
so again, awareness of sort of poverty and deprivation. I'm aware that we're in London, but I live in Manchester,
Yeah.
and I work at a school also ahead of year 10 and 11. We're switching roles slightly. It's poorest area, most deprived area in the UK, in Gorton.
Right.
And there's a
Gorton and Denton by-election, was that the one?
Yes, exactly,
go.
and you
It's exactly how
saw
people
what
know about
happened,
it.
exactly. But it's a multicultural area, and it's
Yes.
again shedding light on these areas that sort of
So
need this
important.
sort of support,
Yeah.
and how we raise aspirations in those areas, and more than anything, provide opportunities. Being in London for the past few days, I've spoken to lots of young people, and they're telling me about the great things that take place here, and the opportunities that just happen in an arbitrary nature because they're based in London.
Yeah.
And it's about how do we take these opportunities, and I'm not talking about taking everything away from London, and spread
But
it across
spreading the love.
the UK. Yeah,
And
spreading the love.
We talked about, well, two things. Shout out to Andy Burnham,
Yes,
who's just
so I
become
go,
our Prime Minister,
yeah.
because he's taking some stuff up to Manchester. Houses of Parliament up there.
Yeah.
We've just put a petition in for a knife crime stuff with him.
Nice.
And now what we're saying to him is, let's spread the love across the whole UK. You've told us you're going to do that. Now really show that that's going to be true.
Oh, absolutely.
So that's why I want you to bring you onto the show.
Yeah.
But also because we're doing peace and love in Manchester.
Perfect.
To have a Peace and Love Academy, to have our members club, our emporium there, and that's how we're going to link it through with A-Star Foundation,
Let's do it.
with Ronnie, all of that stuff.
Let's do it.
And that's why when you talked, I was like, but we're literally taking this stuff to Manchester.
Let's do it.
We're
It's
gonna
wonderful
make
to
this
see.
stuff
Oh no,
up.
it's fantastic. And it's interesting, you mentioned Gorton, and I
Yeah.
talked about Gorton Denton by-election. When I saw Andy Burnham in Cannes, and he has promised to come on the show.
Yes, he has.
He has, remember this, we keep
Yes.
reminding him.
Okay.
I saw him, it was straight
We want you on
after. Andy, we're talking
holding
to
you to it,
He's
Andy.
he will do that.
No,
he's,
he is.
He's
He
a very
said he
honourable
would.
man.
Man of his
Yes.
word.
I spoke to him after they wouldn't let him stand in the Gorton and Denton by-election, you might remember.
Yeah.
And actually he could have been Prime Minister earlier.
Yeah.
If he'd
That's
had that one.
crazy.
But he will be on the show.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
will
yeah.
talk about common ground.
Yeah.
He will talk about these issues, and we will continue. This is our pledge. We'll
Yeah.
continue shining the spotlight. It
We
is so
do.
important. How do we find out more about you?
Yeah.
So Richard Ampe is Alpha Mike Papa Echo Hotel. I can be found.
done that before.
Yeah. Every single day.
Yes.
I'm on Instagram and all social platforms. I've got a new film coming out called Mr. A Genesis, which is in post-production at the moment, so people can sort of find that. And a documentary which was produced by Warner Brothers and Media Trust called The Nod Tell Me You Got Me. And that film is about the nod exchange between black males, what it means, where it comes from, and why it's relevant in modern day Britain. And it features Trevor Nelson, who's just
Very
recovering
good.
from a brain tumour.
How's
Big
he
up
doing?
Uncle
Is he okay?
Trevor. Yeah, Uncle Trevor. He's yeah. So yeah, there's some snapshots of my work, but yeah, anywhere on social media, Richard Ampe. And
But we're going to be getting him back
I will be back.
regularly because I told
Absolutely.
you everyone's going to love him. So we're going to be doing stuff on the boats. We're going to be getting you screenings. We're going to be doing
Let's
all
do
of
it.
that,
Let's do it.
merging peace and love with what you're doing to create a platform so that we can get
Let's
you out
do it.
there globally.
Let's do it.
It's been such a
Thank you
pleasure.
so
It's
much,
been a
Richard.
pleasure.
Respect.
Thank you.
It's good to see you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank
We're
you
going to take a
very
little
much.
break. When we come back, a bit of homeopathy for you. Do not touch that dial.
Peace and love, everybody.
Well done. Andrew Eborn show. I'm joined by Dr. Liz Simmons. How are you? Thank you very much for being so patient.
Thank you very much
Well
for
done.
having me.
We love it. We love it. And also the regular on the show, Gary Anderson. Fantastic. Who brought his sister along last week?
I did, yes. Sister, grandmother, father, everybody was here.
Nepotism. We love nepotism. And one thing we do love on the show is shining a spotlight on areas that people may not understand. They get misrepresented. They get lambasted, even in the media. Homeopathy.
Absolutely.
Tell me about that, because you belong to the central body.
I belong to the Faculty of Homeopathy, which is the medically qualified homeopaths, and it's an international organisation. It's been going over 150 years,
Okay.
and we are all medical professionals, but we also use homeopathy to treat our patients. And very often these patients are people who have gone through the NHS, they've gone through the system, the NHS hasn't really got anything for them, and then they turn to people like ourselves. And it works, and it's safe, and it's effective, and what's not to love?
Well, this is what I want to sort of touch on, because as you know, we've had a few people on the show from that sort of side. Traditional doctors, let me put it that way, who don't deal with that, a lot of them criticise them. Talk to me about that criticism and why you say it's unfounded.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, listen, way back when I was a student, actually at King's College, London, which is just down the...
It is down the road.
Down the...
If you can do it when the waters are not so choppy,
yeah.
get there quickly, it's got to be.
I was a student, I was studying for my first degree, it was science, human biology, and I had a bit of a jaw drop moment in one of the lectures. It was somebody talking about, a professor talking about Parkinson's disease and how the part of the brain gets affected, and he said something that just made me stop in my tracks, and he said, well, we've got drugs that treat Parkinson's disease, however the side effects are so bad that patients would prefer not to take it. They'd rather just have the effects of the disease. And I was like, my jaw dropped, and I thought, how on earth are we spending billions of pounds, dollars, whatever, developing drugs, and it's not even, people don't even want to take it? And I thought there must be another way. So I looked into all sorts of things, Ayurvedic medicine, acupuncture, and homeopathy came up. And I asked my teachers, what do you think about this? And they said, oh, it's a load of rubbish. And I thought, oh, okay, I'm a science student, I'm a scientist. If it's a load of rubbish, it'll take me 5 minutes to debunk, and I'll carry on my merry way doing my science career. Only the problem was that I followed the evidence, and the evidence showed that it did in fact work. And so I couldn't ignore that.
So what was the evidence? People say back it up with the evidence. Where did the evidence come from?
So about 200 years ago, when homeopathy was first developed by Dr. Samuel Hahnemann, a German doctor, based on the principles of people like Hippocrates, who's well known as the father of medicine. And he developed homeopathy from those principles that he observed in nature. He then tested the medicines, and over the past 200 years, the homeopathic community worldwide has used that information to treat people. And we've got a huge amount of evidence. And I think one of the biggest myths about homeopathic medicine is that there is no evidence. And look, every system of medicine needs to gather more and better quality evidence, and homeopathy is no exception. However, it is based on scientific principles, and that was a bit of an eye-opener for me. And as a scientist, I couldn't ignore that. And so when I went to my professors and said, well, you know, what do you think about homeopathy? They just said, oh, it's rubbish. Now, probably they had never looked into homeopathic medicine before. However, this one particular person, one of my tutors said to me, actually one of my PhD students is studying homeopathy. Why don't you give her a call? So I gave her a call, and she told me to read a book called The Science of Homeopathy by a well-known professor of homeopathy called George Vitulkas. And that kind of was the next step in my journey. I was like, oh, okay, this is based on science, and this is based on evidence, and it's real-world evidence.
So when we say real-world, you're talking about case studies, is that basis? So that's what it is. And a lot of people, and again, because they're not here, and last time we had people who were representing homeopathy, I said, let's get some people who disagree. Let's try and work out where the common ground might be, and work out if there's any substance to the arguments against.
Yeah.
And that's why I say it's important to look at the evidence. You're saying you've got some cases. What they might say, there's a psychological thing.
Yeah.
And the danger is, if you stop certain people getting traditional medicine, only because you go down the homeopathy side, that's very dangerous and shouldn't be allowed. What would you say to that?
I would say absolutely, you need to work with both. You absolutely
So it's
need
working
to.
with both.
So absolutely, as a medical professional, I see chiropractic patients, and I will do an assessment. I'll do a diagnosis. There will be things that I can't treat, and they need to see another specialist. And it's the same with homeopathy. There are certain things. Look, if I break my leg, I want to go to a hospital, I want to get it x-rayed.
Your nettle whatever is not going to do anything for you, is it?
Well, interesting that you should say that, because I have many patients over the course of my career of 30 odd years.
Yes.
And yes, they go to the hospital, they get x-rayed, they get plastered up. But here's the thing, do you want that bone to heal really quickly? Because if you do, I've got some homeopathic medicine that will help.
So that's good.
So it's combining the two, and it's kind of like not throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Yes. So look at both, and I think that's the important thing, is because people say you don't want to just go down one route, see how it might complement. Gary's a regular on the show. We haven't really spoken about publicly, and when we talked about your coming on the show, we thought, well, actually this might be the appropriate moment to talk about your own condition.
Yeah, well, Doc, I was diagnosed very recently with multiple sclerosis and other complex neurological disorders. Coming from a science background, we had a chat a moment ago, coming from a science background, unless I get a prescription, I'm not sure it's going to work. So I'm the skeptic about homeopath.
Yeah.
But talking to you with your science background, what would you advise someone like me to do? Because I thought I was invincible. You know, coming from the sort of career I have, I thought I was invincible. I'm now feeling very vulnerable and not sure what I need to do. I'm not sure that I want to be taking these drugs all my life, you know, because you read some of the interactions of them, you read some of the side effects of them. Not great. Also, I want to try my best to get in that environment for me to get, I'm not going to get better because you can't, I've got this now for the rest of my life. I'm not going to die of it, but I'll die with it. But how can I go the homeopathic route, and what would you advise someone like me?
So the thing about, and what I love about homeopathic medicine is that it's truly holistic. So what does that actually mean? That means that we look at physical symptoms, but we also look at non-physical symptoms. And that's something that Western medicine doesn't excel at, shall we say. You know, you've either got a physical problem or you've got a non-physical problem, i.e. a mental problem. And there's not much combining of the two. And that's what I love, not only about homeopathic medicine, but also acupuncture or Ayurvedic medicine. So, for example, very simple example, I might have a patient who has had a trauma or a grief, and they're really struggling to get over that. Well, we know from 200 years worth of experience and evidence that there are certain medicines that have an affinity to help people over trauma and grief, because there's certain signs and symptoms that you can look at. So somebody, for example, in your position might have a bit of anxiety about the future.
Definitely,
Yeah. And like I say, going back to all the evidence that homeopaths before me have gathered over the past 200 years from all over the world, right? Because homeopathy is used by something like 200, 300 million people all over the world. And over the course of 200 years, we've gathered a huge amount of evidence. I mean, listen, we could all do with a bit more funding to do really good quality, better quality trials. So, you know, if the NHS is listening and the government is listening, yes,
they never miss an episode.
Right. We would like some money to do these trials because we want to help people.
You've asked for money?
I mean, I'm a clinician, I'm in practice, so, you know, I'm not a researcher, I'm not somebody who, you know, goes around asking for money to do trials. There are researchers that do that.
And they're not being properly funded, is that what you're saying?
It's not being funded at all, as far as I know. In fact, quite the opposite.
And why? Because, as I say, I talk to all sides. People are doing traditional medicine, doing research there, looking at cancer. Lots of relatives. My brother-in-law is looking at particular things on that traditional route. Both sides need to turn around and say, look, if we had enough money and you keep an open mind, we're going to learn more. As you say, from simple things, I don't know, like bees and honey, for example. If you've got hay fever, I know one of the things they talk about is if you eat honey from a particular area, that might help.
Yeah.
If you get a nettle sting, there might be a dock leaf which if you rub in, that could help.
Absolutely.
And it's not just 200 years, that's been going on all the way back in history.
Exactly.
Where you've got that sort of side. But let's look at, so research is one side.
Yeah.
Look at Gary's particular situation, where he's going through the traditional medicine.
Yeah.
He's got that sort of side.
Yeah.
You're not telling him to stop that.
No.
Absolutely, because that could be dangerous, and that's the important point.
Absolutely.
But there may be a way that you can help with the other things. Is that a fair comment?
That's
so let's look, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Let's look at those specific things. And maybe if you're happy to do this, why don't we do a trial to see? Because you're talking about your mood, you're talking about various other things. I know you've told me, because we speak a lot, almost on a daily basis. But you tell me you felt particularly low this week and so on and so forth.
It's getting me down. You know, I used to be a really active person, very active person, and Andrew knows that I'm 100 miles an hour all the time. My job, my magic.
And that's only when he's not doing 200.
Yes,
so exactly.
So I'm a very active person, but this week, and Andrew noticed it because we not had the phone calls, and when we met up the other night at the Magic Circle, I was pretty much sitting there not doing much.
Yeah, he was out of it.
And Andrew noticed that. So I need help, and for once in my life, I've suddenly become vulnerable.
Yeah.
And decided I don't want to be like this anymore. I want to change it. So but I don't know how.
Yeah.
I could go to my doctor, get some more drugs. He'd give me some more tramadol, probably cheer me up for a couple of days.
But
so
it'll also have side effects. So your liver's going to be really stressed from all of that. So if you were my patient, what you would do is a lot of my patients are on Zoom because they're from all over the world, and even people who are local to me, to my clinic in Bournemouth, will often phone up and say, actually the traffic's a bit bad, can we do a Zoom consultation? So we do either an in-person or a Zoom consultation. That takes a lot longer than a 10-minute consultation, but we go into things on a physical, emotional, mental level, and at the end of that consultation I will go away, I will look at my books, I will probably have a good idea about what medicine I want to prescribe, and then we start that process going forward. Now, if the NHS, for example, used homeopathy and homeopathic medicine, so much money would be saved. Can I give you an example? For example, I had in my chiropractic clinic a few years ago, a lady came in and she was heavily pregnant. She was about to give birth, probably 3-4 weeks' time. The problem was the baby was breech, meaning the baby was bottom down when it should be head down first, and that's quite a dangerous situation for delivery. So what the Western medicine approach is as you get close to the due date, if the baby hasn't turned, to avoid a cesarean section, which is a major operation, we will manually try and turn the baby in utero.
Right.
Now, as you can imagine, the baby's quite big at this stage, about to be born. It's exquisitely painful for the female, for the mum to be, and there are concerns as well because the cord might go around the neck, and all sorts of problems that might happen. So the lady came to me and in my capacity as a chiropractor, and I said, well, I'm not sure I can do too much as a chiropractor, but would you be interested in taking something homeopathic? Because I know from my experience and my training that there are particular medicines where babies can turn. It's been documented over 200 years. So she was a bit skeptical. I said, homeopathy is completely safe. We can give it to pregnant mums, we can give it to newborn babies, we give it to cats, dogs, animals, plants.
Plants?
Yes. There's
you give plants to plants?
You give homeopathic medicines to plants. Yes.
That's right. It's cannibalism, isn't it?
So eventually she said yes, okay. She took the medicine, and a couple of weeks later, they were getting closer and closer. Baby still hadn't turned, so I gave her another dose of the medicine. And within a few days, baby had turned and she had a normal delivery.
And what was the traditional medical explanation for that?
The traditional explanation?
Yeah. What would they say? If they were here now...
Probably, if they would...
What would they say?
Oh, that was quite lucky.
Quite lucky.
You know, over the course of my career, I've had many quite luckies
No, but that's good.
or coincidences.
So
now, hold on, let me tell you the rest. Let me tell you the rest of the story.
Yes.
Because 2 years later,
Yes.
I was in clinic and I had my list.
Yes.
And I recognised this lady's name. She's back again.
Okay.
Okay, she wants some chiropractic.
Another baby?
Another baby. She's, you know, 7 months pregnant,
Okay.
8 months pregnant, something like that. And she said, I'm not here for chiropractic. I've got a breech baby again, would you believe? I said, okay, should we give you the medicine? Gave her a dose of medicine. Baby turned. She had a normal vaginal delivery, and mum and baby had no intervention. Completely wonderful.
What I always want to do, for the interest of balance.
Can you imagine?
Fantastic.
How much money the NHS would save?
What I want to look at is why they wouldn't if the evidence is so clear. So what we need is what I said to every time we have somebody on from homeopathy, we need somebody from traditional medicine as well. Work out why that's not happening, because it sounds very logical when you're doing that.
Yeah.
The reason I wanted Gary to come along, well, you're not taking him off his medicine, however bad you think the effect is, to see if there's something very simple that could lift his mood.
Yeah.
And give him a bit more energy. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Which he may want to try instantly because he's a guinea pig, and he could come back each time and just tell me in a week or 2 weeks' time and get you back.
Yeah.
So he could be our guinea pig if you're happy.
I'm
just
happy to
thinking
be a
this
guinea
is good.
pig. Yeah.
But it's not going to take him off his traditional medicine because I don't want to do that because that could be risky.
Yeah.
So what would you recommend that he might be able to take, which is easy, could lift his mood, give him a bit more energy, and is incredibly safe?
So here's the thing, with homeopathic medicine and holistic medicine in general, it's very personalised medicine. So what somebody experiences as, let's say, low mood or depression will be very different to how the next person experiences it. So we might have 100 medicines that are indicated for, that are well known to be something that's useful for a low mood.
Yes.
But the holistic part of homeopathy is you have to look at it like it's like a jigsaw puzzle.
Yes.
That low mood is just one part of the puzzle,
Yes.
right? You've got to look at the person as a whole.
Right.
Okay? And you've got to look at their background, their meaning their medical background, and even familial background.
Yes.
So what kind of diseases might your parents have or have had, or grandparents?
So you need the whole
from.
medical history.
So you
before
need
you
the
can do
whole,
it.
absolutely.
Okay.
You need to take, it's very in depth.
Can I suggest this? Because I obviously won't be able to do that on air. Well, we could
No.
do, we can carry on forever. But you've got somewhere to go. So why don't you, if you're happy to do that, behind the scenes, get whatever information you need without putting him at risk, and then to turn around and say, whatever you need to do, maybe something you can buy over the counter so it's not risky, and then you can report back. Would you be happy with that experiment?
Happy to do that.
Can we do
I
that?
would be delighted to do that.
Yes.
There you go. So how long do you reckon that will take?
So
Will we see results next week? Because he's here every week.
Yeah,
Can't get
so
rid of him.
it
It's part of the
is-
campaign. It's going to be good.
the short answer is it depends. So
Okay.
it depends, for example, that, you know, human beings are complex.
Okay.
Yeah. Things like low mood, depression,
Yeah.
very rarely happen overnight.
Okay.
So in order to improve that,
Yes.
it takes time.
Yes.
And sometimes, I think in the Western world, we want a result now.
No, I'm happy. That's what I'm asking. What's
So I
realistic
think
to see a difference?
realistically, you know, I don't know anything about your medical background. I normally say to people, give it 6 treatments.
Okay. And how long's the treatment?
And so I normally see people once every 3 or 4 weeks.
Right.
So we're talking about that kind of thing.
So it's,
depending
it's
on
6 times 3 weeks, 18 weeks. Is that what you're saying?
so no 6 appointments or something like that would be about 5-6 months.
I'm happy to explore it.
Let's do that.
Let's see
So
what
that's fine.
Yeah.
So if we're happy to do that, and maybe in between we can report back. Is that okay?
Yeah,
Because we're
that's
part of that
fine.
program.
As long as Doc's okay with it, I'm happy to try it.
Fantastic. We're going to do that, and we will report back. We're going to have you regularly because you've got some patients and so on and so forth.
I have, yes.
I would also like you to bring
Yes.
some of your biggest critics, because that way, because what I'm keen on, I want to keep an open mind about this
Yeah.
stuff. I don't want people to be put in danger. I want somebody who knows about these things to put their argument and give you a chance to respond to it, and vice versa. Is that fair?
It's absolutely fair. I mean, bear in mind, I was a scientist.
Yes.
And I was a skeptic.
I know, I understand.
Yeah.
No, I'm
So
keeping
I
an open
came to
mind.
it, yeah.
I can't be fairer than that.
No.
I'm not an expert. I don't know. I can hear the arguments. I am a lawyer, so I can help eke out the arguments on both sides, and that's what I'd like to do. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
And we will find the common ground.
Yes.
But for now, we're hoping going to make you feel better. Get your energy
Let's hope
back.
so. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you so
Dom.
much.
you.
We're going to
Thank
take
you so
another
much.
quick
Thank you.
break. When we come back, I promise there will be a little bit more music. And do not touch that dial. I will. Oh, well, hello and a very warm welcome. I have to say warm, it's quite nippy now, it's a bit chilly. Well done. It's more music time. Mark Hughes has joined us, and always with featured musicians, they have that challenge to come up with the Andrew Eborn in London Town Tonight theme tune, and this is Mark's entry.
Okay. We're on the river, seaborne. It's not midnight, it's not dawn, it's not lunchtime, it's not morn. It's Friday evening with Andrew Seaborn.
Yeah, I love it. Andrew Seaborn. I love the pun as well. It's got to be good. Thank you.
It's Andrew's Eborn.
It was Andrew Seaborn. Seaborn will work. It's sort of better.
Isn't your middle name Simon?
It could be.
Andrew S.
Well, no, it's Martin James, but I'll change it to fit in with your lyrics. I'm not precious.
Thank you.
I love it. Mark, I love reading about your career. Come over here, you're fine.
Yeah,
well, you can pick up the microphone as well. You can be totally
Yeah,
professional.
this
There you go.
one.
That's the one. That
This
looks like a.
one.
He knows mics as well.
Okay,
Look at all the guys are professional. I love it.
It's almost as big as me.
What I love about people have bucket lists.
Yes.
You had 3 things on your bucket list.
I did.
You wanted to write a children's book, write a book. You want to be a songwriter, and you wanted to play for England. And you've done all 3. And
Yes.
tell me about the England thing, because 1966, we've been banging on about it for 60 years. England versus Germany. We didn't do it this year. We haven't done it in the last 60 years. But on the very day of that 60th anniversary, you were there playing for England, and you were playing against Germany, and you had somebody from the squad there as well. Tell me about that.
Right, well, it was, as you rightly say, it was 60 years to the day. We kicked off to the minute, 60 years after England kicked off at Wembley in 1966. We were playing Germany. There was a massive build-up. We had Jeff Hurst, who was...
Must have been amazing playing in front of Jeff Hurst.
Well, no, we didn't. No,
We had Jeff Hurst, no, we didn't. That was quick. It sounds like a booking for the Andrew Eborn show. We had him a moment ago. What happened?
Okay, he decided he was going on a cruise.
Okay.
So he recorded a video introduction.
Okay.
For us. We had a documentary scene. They're making a documentary. Is this kind of working? So
It is working. The sound. No, it's good. You can wave it. Keep it there. You can wave it. You do conducting. That's the 4th thing he wants to do.
Okay. I was waving it around.
Just keep it in front of you.
There's a documentary being made about the squad.
Yes.
Who are nicknamed the Silver Lions.
The Silver Lions.
So
I love
the
it. Very
England
good.
Veterans, and that began last year, October, November, when we play Wales in an annual trophy
Okay.
match. So it started with that, and it culminated with the Germany game, which was played at Oldham Boundary Park, League One side, up near Manchester. And it was phenomenal because it gained such a lot of traction and attention in the national papers, on BBC, ITV. Sky came and filmed our last training session.
Yes, amazing footage.
It was great actually. Really
Fantastic.
Enjoyed it.
So England versus Germany.
And we won.
Come on!
But hang on. It was 0-0 at full time.
Yeah. Okay.
Went to penalties.
Of course it did.
Went to penalties.
Of course it did.
All right. And we won it 3-2 on penalties.
3-2 on penalties.
And the fortunate thing about that was the Germans missed their last.
Of course they
penalty,
did.
And I was due to take the next one.
So you didn't get a chance to kick it.
Bit of a relief, I've got to be honest.
But we must talk about. I mean, this is what I love. We always bang on about it, don't we? 60 years, about 1966. That was the great story for you. How did it feel, even though Jeff wasn't there, he was supposed to be there? Sent a nice little message. Have you met the guy?
I haven't met him, no.
He speaks so highly of you.
Yeah. Probably a different Mark Hughes.
Oh, is that? You see, no relation. Who works on that basis?
No, he decided he wanted to go on a cruise rather than be around as the only surviving member of the World Cup squad.
I know. Well, but well done you. We love that sort of stuff. The 2 other things, you talk about writing the book. Tell me about that.
The book I'd already written, which is a children's rhyming story, and it's 44 8-line verses.
44 8-line verses.
Yeah,
okay.
So it all rhymes, and it's called The Tale of Ferdinand.
Can you give us a bit?
Oh, I can tell you the start. That's
Go
all
on, then.
I can remember, which is this is the tale of Ferdinand Frog and Samuel the Slippery Snake, Ferdinand lives on a lily pad by the bank of Happiness Lake.
Bank of Happiness Lake, how lovely is that?
Yes,
You could have put that in there rather than the Andrew Seaborn. The Bank of Happiness Lake.
I'll do it again. It's a story of good and evil.
Okay, like that.
Ferdinand Frog has a love aim, who is Felicity Frogmore Frog.
Felicity Frogmore. She sounds a bit posh. Is she a posh?
She is. She is awfully.
Drinks Coca-Cola with a straw.
Coca-Cola.
Is that what I said? Yes.
Did you?
I did. No, it's all right. I've got the gags. I write my own material. It's can't be good.
I thought you
or
were...
I could feed it to you. This is like little and large. We could do this, couldn't we?
You knock it over, I'll head it in.
I thank you. Thank you. It's going to be good.
Anyway, but there's the Samuel the Slippery Snake.
Yes.
Is the evil love, what would you call it, rival.
Yes.
And I don't feel comfortable waving this.
You're doing very well with it.
Yeah, I am. And so he's after Felicity as well.
Yes.
Don't question why. I mean,
don't question poor old Felicity.
And
Felicity a flirt, is she?
And no, she's not at all. She's lovely. And as frogs
you can have lovely flirts. As frogs go.
And so Ferdinand, he has to work out how he's going to overcome Samuel, the slippery snake.
Yes.
And he goes on a pilgrimage to meet a guru who is Osmoroid Owl, who will help him to
You
find...
like your avalanche of alliteration, don't you?
I do. Who will help him to find the power within himself to overcome Samuel. And so that's what the story's about.
Lovely story.
It is. It's very spiritual. It's a lesson in just using how you can make things happen as we can see.
Yeah, absolutely. And spirituality has played a big part of a lot of your life, hasn't it?
Yeah, my whole life. Yeah. Not sure what I should say about it really, but when I was about 12, my parents used to use the Ouija board.
Yes.
And I found this fascinating, and they kind of include me. I know there's the whole exorcist thing and all that, but again, life is about intention, and if your intention is good, you don't have to worry about stuff like exorcism. And so I got really, really interested at that sort of age, and in spiritual philosophy. And I've studied it my whole life, and it's been a big part of my music as well, because back in the mid-90s, it's quite a long story which I'll sort of nutshell, but I was asked to perform and write a song at a big spiritual event which was taking place at Wembley Arena, called Peace on Earth Day, and I'd only been playing in public for about 18 months, so I went in 18 months from playing to about a dozen people in a small spiritual sanctuary to playing in front of 6,500 people at Wembley Arena, with them doing the whole Robbie Williams thing to my song.
There you go.
And yeah, spiritual philosophy, everything connected to it has been a driving force in my life and in my business life and in my music life.
Oh, fantastic.
So it's kind of rules.
And you say about the Ouija board, I mean, as a child, when did you become aware that this is what your parents were doing?
I honestly don't remember. So I had an uncle. So
what does that mean? You had a what?
Well, he wasn't really.
We don't want those sort of uncles. What are you talking about? You had an uncle?
He was a friend of the family.
I bet he was.
He was a friend of my mum and dad's.
Okay.
And he was a spiritualist.
Oh, I see.
Not to be confused, right? Yes. Between spirituality and spiritualism.
What's the difference, so people understand?
I would say spiritualism is a religion, isn't it?
Okay.
It's a practice. I mean, there are Christian spiritualists and there are other types of spiritualists, and very much about. And I don't want to belittle the belief and the religion in any way, but it's very much about. I've got your dead Auntie Flo coming through, and she wants
Auntie?
to give, she wants to give you a rose.
Oh, does she? Oh, there you go.
and a message.
Yes.
So it's about more about clairvoyance and everything than. To me, spirituality is a way of living. So it's not a religion.
So it's very different things. So do you
it's
believe
a
in
belief
both?
System. Spiritualism, I believe in it because it exists. It is a religion. There are spiritualist churches, and whereas, as I say, for me, my whole life, my life has revolved, or my belief system has revolved around spirituality, and that's trying to be as good a person as you can.
And I think that's really good, because there are also, and it's important to call out, there are also charlatans in this area. Charlatans,
yes,
rather
very
uncles.
So, very
but
much
not saying your uncle's a charlatan, but yeah. But there are people who take advantage of people who maybe lost a relative, lost a parent, and they get money from them.
Yes, right.
And they're giving this message, as you said. Yeah. What would you say to those people?
Nothing.
Nothing. No, but it's wrong, though, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it's wrong, but there's so much wrong, and there's not very much that most people can do about what's right and what's wrong.
Well, but the important thing is to call it out. So we call out the bad people.
Yeah.
What you're describing is how you live your life and so on and so forth. And spirituality is really important in that, and it's also important in your music.
Yeah.
So talk to me about that. Nat, did you see what a lovely segue? We went from your football to your books.
Very clever. You should be a presenter.
God, I should try. It's amazing. But I love it. It's got to be good. So it's been running through your music. Talk to me about that sort of side, because this was the third on your bucket list. It's a very short bucket list, but you've done it. So how does it sort of influence your music?
Easily achievable.
There you go.
It came about from that very first performing in public 18 months before I was at Wembley, and from that I then began to do a lot of spiritual centres, festivals, that sort of stuff. And in 2001, so just a few years later, the same person who kind of got me into the whole Peace on Earth Day at Wembley thing, a lady who had her own spiritual sanctuary, she asked me if I'd put no, she didn't. Sorry,
it's like an uncle moment, isn't it?
Slightly confused between the two events.
Why do I feel like this is a multiple choice question? Ask the audience home. She did or she didn't. Work on that basis.
Right. She gave me a leaflet about an event being held in London, which is called World Angel Day.
World Angel Day.
Yes. Now that was organised by a lady called Diana Cooper, who's a very, very well-known author, broadcaster, and if you like, a sort of an angel expert.
An angel expert. Yes. How'd you get that? Where did you go to study that?
No idea. No idea.
I'm an angel expert.
I'm not sure how else to describe Diana.
No, but that's good.
She's a lovely lady. And she decided to put on this event called World Angel Day, which was held at Kensington Town Hall.
Just up the road.
Just along the road, and not very far from where I was born, amazingly. Very good. And they held a competition. They wanted a song for the event. I wrote a song. This was in June 2001. Did a studio demo of the song. Sent the song off to Diana Cooper, the organisers, and the event was in October. A few months later, completely forgot about the song. One day, I was driving to a business meeting on the south coast. I got a phone call from Diana Cooper saying, "We've chosen your song. We had over 150 entries.
Brilliant.
Will you come perform it next
Even
Sunday?"
Robbie Williams and his Angel, that was no good. We're going to have Mark Hughes.
This was pre-Robbie Williams.
Oh, was it? Okay.
He'd have won it. So will you come and perform it next Sunday?
Oh, lovely.
This was 6 days before. So I'd completely forgotten about the song. Anyway, I went and performed it, and it kind of snowballed. The following year, there was a kind of a sister event held in Hollywood. So I ended up playing at the London event and the Hollywood event, and they also sent the track, by which time I'd re-recorded it with the London Community Gospel Choir, and so they sent the track out to 17 satellite events all around the world, and that song became fairly well known. It was also chosen by BBC Essex as their Children in Need song.
Brilliant.
I think a year or so later, and then one day, out of the blue, I got a phone call from Sky Television, and it ended up, the song itself ended up being the subject. There was a backstory to the song of a TV programme hosted by Gloria Honeyford.
Lovely.
The programme itself was called Angels.
There you go.
So she
makes it easy, doesn't it, that way?
It does, really. Yeah.
Have a pattern of all these angels. What are we going to look for? Oh, there's one.
So that's how my music became. Sorry.
Hold,
Here we go.
You better hold that, otherwise that would end up in the river.
Thank you.
I love the way you've never seen him move so fast. You think he's good on the football pitch. Try and see when his guitar ends up in the water. Good. Very good.
Yeah.
You would have made that penalty, I reckon.
Well, almost certainly. Almost certainly. I mean, from that, I've ended up playing at, millions is an exaggeration.
You've been millions of venues.
Loads of spiritual events.
But that's good, isn't it?
Yes, fantastic.
And Gloria Hannaford's lovely. She's a neighbour of another regular on the show called Dr. Arthur, who's brilliant because what he does, he helps about the psychology of that sort of stuff. He was on the show earlier. So she's lovely as a neighbour. Now you're going to sing for us as well, aren't you?
I am going to sing.
Apart from the Andrew Eborn theme tune, you've got a few others up your sleeve.
I'll try and get the words right.
It's Andrew Seaborn. We'll let you off. Seaborn. We'll let you. What are you going to sing for us?
Right, the first song I'm going to do is the final track on my new album.
Okay.
The album is Crimes of the Heart, and the song is called When I Loved You. It's a. Would you like to know the inspiration?
I do, because your wife's here looking a little bit worried. Say, when I loved you in the past.
No. well, the Crimes of the Heart is a song of heartbreak. It is an album of heartbreak songs. So there was a very well-known, you may remember, a guy called Jim Croce.
Of course.
Yeah, okay. Who tragically died in a plane crash in the mid-70s, I think. He wrote a song called Operator.
Right.
And it's a song about a guy whose girlfriend has left him. He's run off with his best mate.
Yes.
And to somewhere or another in America, and he's in a phone box, and he's trying to get the operator to connect him to her. And I was listening to that song, and I thought, most people nowadays, under a certain age, wouldn't know what on earth he was going on about.
Right.
A telephone operator, can you?
That's right. They had a little plug. I'll put you through.
The lyrics say, "I've got the number on the matchbook.
Yes.
It's old and faded." And
they don't have matchbooks anymore now, do they?
They don't have matchbooks. They don't have telephone boxes either. Not that work. So it's a more modern take on, and nothing like that song at all in its.
But the principle is because a lot of your stories about heartbreak and the tragedy, it's rather like Return to Sender, Elvis. I wrote a letter. No, I didn't. I said a text.
Yeah.
You should modernise that one as well.
Yeah.
We could do this together, couldn't we?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay, we're going to hear it. Is that going to be good? So this is off the new album.
It is. It's
wonderful
the last
stuff.
track on the new album.
Okay. Would you like to make yourself comfortable?
Thank you very much.
There you go. You can hold on to that. There you go. Is that good? Fantastic. He's going to set you up as well. There we are. The wonderful stuff. This is Chris, by the way. Are we still live? They can see you on the camera because Chris is going to give you some breaking news in a minute about Meghan Markle. We were talking about her earlier. That's coming up later on in the show, just while you're warming up. Are you warmed up? Are you ready, Mark?
I'm freezing.
He's freezing. Frozen asset. He'll come out and describe himself.
Was it the hottest year on record?
It was the hottest. This is because we have 4 seasons in one afternoon.
Yeah,
it was the hottest. That's the coldest. Introduce the song again and then take it away.
It's called When I Loved You. Been looking online, thought I'd find you this time. Searched every day since you went away. Facebook and Twitter, Instagram, Google and LinkedIn whenever I can. Got a call from an old friend, said you'd moved away. Headed out west was all that she'd said. And I told her you loved me. The sun and the sand, we walked on the beaches just holding hands, happy and free. When you love me, 'cause I'm wasting my time searching online. What good would it do even if I found you? So I asked her quietly, is she with him? She said she's not sure if you know what I mean. And she said she'd heard he'd been away too, but she didn't know if he'd gone with you. And I couldn't tell, was she telling the truth or trying to be kind and gentle with me? How you used to be when you loved me. And they're telling me time is all that I need, and one day this cloud won't be following me. And they're saying this sadness will be in the past, but no one can tell me just how long it lasts, or when I'll be free from remembering when you loved me. So I thanked her kindly for giving me time, tried to assure her I'm doing fine, but the truth is it's hard since you've been gone. The days are so slow, the nights are so long, and I don't really know just how I'll go on being without you, trying to be strong, trying to forget, you're trying to forget how it used to be, how it used to be way back then when you loved me, how it used to be when you loved me.
Brilliant stuff. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Wonderful stuff.
So beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Mark Hughes, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Bubba is going to introduce us to two more of our special guests who's been waiting very patiently downstairs. They've changed thousands of times, all coming up straight after these important messages. Do not touch that dial. Wasn't that beautiful? Well, a very warm, I say. It's freezing out here now. But a warm welcome back. And you can tell that the lights have gone down. We've got the wonderful bridge in the background. And you can tell it's a little bit darker because everybody's got their shades on, which is good. So well done. We love it. This is the fashion segment, and we've got some really exciting news. Baba, tell us all about it.
Okay, I'm so excited because we're launching Peace and Love menswear, and we're not going to talk about it because we're going to bring actually people wearing the clothing, and we're also doing a TV show which is Peace and Love Role Model. Yes. And we're going to talk about this because I've had this idea since many years.
Yes.
All my friends knew about this, and the concept was the world doesn't need another model.
Another model?
Yeah. They need another role model.
And a positive role model at
and
that.
A positive role model of that. And what is beauty? So we believe that you become more beautiful with the more acts of kindness that you do.
In the eye of the beholder, absolutely. And two regulars on the show. We've
two regulars.
Both of them beforehand.
People remember them.
Absolutely.
Simon and Joelle. So I am so happy. I had this idea. I called them and I said, listen, I want you guys to be on this TV show. So Simon is going to, because I think you remember, he has so much to do with foster care, adoption, and a lot of the kids in our talent agency across the UK are going to be fast-tracked if they come from foster care. They're getting their first track, and that's going to be Simon who's going to be looking after that side. Joelle is going to be teaching them about how to understand fashion, how to look cool, and all the sustainability part.
Yeah, I'll bring my sustainable fashion to it and just make everyone look great. My brand from
and what Simon's wearing, Simon made this.
Give us a twirl, both of you. Come on, give us a twirl.
Go on. Simon made this.
Fantastic. And tell us about the outfits. Can you tell us about the outfits?
Well, actually, this is my own. I did that myself because I actually asked somebody to make me one of these.
Yes.
And they said, oh, it'll cost £1,500.
1,500.
Yeah. So I found this jacket and I just bought all the stuff for £18. So
yeah, 18 quid. I love it.
So,
that's a role model there.
Yeah.
We love that.
Yeah, we love that talent.
Again, sustainability.
Absolutely. Don't bin it, spin it.
Yeah.
Don't bin it, spin it.
There's a phrase we could use. Somewhere.
And one of the things that the models, the role models are going to get is they're going to be able to go into this fabulous magazine.
The Mint magazine.
Mint magazine, which is their magazine.
Yeah.
So that's why it's completely exciting. And we are going to start very soon the filming of it. It's going to be global. That's why we wanted to really, not just the girls and boys that we pick, all colours, all shapes, literally all colours, 3 skin colours, 4 skin colours.
Exactly, everyone is included.
Everything, everybody's included, nobody's left out.
Yes.
What you do that is beautiful is what's going to get you into the magazines, onto being able to do, if you work with us, we will be using smelted weapons, in the UK smelted knives. The brands will be able to work with them. The brands donate a bit of their money that they make to the anti-knife stuff that we're doing at Peace and Love. And then the youths understand that working in this industry is about creating social impact, and nothing exists like it, and we're very proud and excited.
Exactly, yes.
It really is.
Yeah, I'm really excited to work with Baba and Peace and Love. My brand Balance has just been for 1 year. And I'm just excited to do it, and with the help of Mint Magazine, Simon.
Mint Magazine, which this is the second issue.
We saw the first one last time you were on.
I'm in that.
You're in that one.
Show them.
Let's have a look. Should I pull it up for you? Because you're holding microphone.
But
we are very proud.
There's somebody you recognise.
Yeah, that'll be
that's
there,
exactly. He gets everywhere.
He gets everywhere.
Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look in here.
Yeah,
there we go.
Perfect.
There we go. Fantastic.
That's the logo.
There's the thing up there. You can see your Peace and Love.
Taken from the 1968 Paris uprising.
Love it.
In homage to La beauté dans la rue, and
Yeah.
that just talks about what we do at Peace and Love. Thank you so
Fantastic, yeah.
much, you
How do people
guys.
get hold of this?
You can actually go online, mintmagazine.info, and find us.
So
That's the best way.
you do a digital one as well as a physical
digital,
one.
Yeah.
Yes. So, but I was going to say the whole point of this magazine was to give a platform to up and coming creatives,
Right.
charities,
Lifestyle magazine, yes.
just to give them a platform that normally they wouldn't get given the chance. And working with Peace and Love is exactly how we're going to be able to also do this.
Yeah.
Because one of the things we've also discussed is to actually allow some of these children to be able to get to write and be in the magazine as well.
And what I also like as well.
Love that. Writing for a fashion magazine,
Yeah.
learning how that works behind the scenes.
Yeah.
That's such a massive
It's
skill.
absolutely brilliant. and
Thank
it gives
you.
a little first step on the CV.
Yeah,
it
You know what
really does.
I like a lot of the people behind those sort of production things. It's
Yeah.
their first step in the industry.
Yeah.
The other great thing as well, Simon, is as you say, you don't need to spend thousands
No, you don't.
on fashion. You can do it yourself.
Yeah.
Give us some tips as well, because you talked about this, about how to be fashionable. People looking at this and say, I don't have much pocket money, I don't paper around, don't do that anymore. But how can people start being fashionable if they don't have much money?
Well, I believe that many charities nowadays can provide a lot of second-hand things that looks incredible and looks like it still can tell a story along the way. And I feel like that's one of the most perfect way to do it, through charity and to just going out there and find it, because there's so many charities nowadays doing it.
Yeah.
Charity shops, but you always dress and show unashamedly who you are.
Yeah.
You always put that, and that's something that I really want him to bring to the show, which is like, don't try and look like somebody else. Don't try and dress like somebody else. What is it Oscar Wilde says?
Be yourself, because
everyone else is taken.
Exactly. Yeah.
Test me on my
And I
quotes.
love that. Yeah, he's so quotey. We love that. And that's what we want.
Yeah.
We want kids to not try to look like somebody else.
Yeah.
Make it look like yours. Put it together. Show
It
your
kind of
own
gives
looks.
some meaning to life, and like
Yeah.
just dress up and go outside is already as yourself.
Unapologetically be who you are.
Exactly.
Yeah, and not fit into the same box as everybody else.
I think that's really what we're going to be saying, isn't it, with this?
True.
And there's nothing like it.
No.
We're so excited.
Yeah.
And listen, something else that we're doing.
Yes.
We're launching Peace and Love homeware.
Right.
We're doing wallpaper taken from smelted weapons, but here in the UK, smelted knives. When you buy our wallpaper in our emporiums, we kit out a foster care home in the UK.
I love this. So some of the money goes to that.
Yes,
And
it
take off
does.
on that sort of basis.
We can't take every kid out of foster care. I wish we could.
Yeah.
But we can certainly make each foster care home across the UK so beautiful, so
Bring
lovely
awareness.
to be
Yes.
in, that when they're in school, they feel, oh my God, I wish we could having that kind of space to live in. And that's why also with Simon, who's so much in the foster care, in the adoption world, that's a crossover as well.
And remind us about it, because we touched on it last time
tell
when
us
we were in a
about
much
that.
warmer environment. and in fact, last time we literally had a fireside chat. It was only a few weeks ago.
We did.
So we had a nice little fire. We had lots of interesting characters there.
Yeah.
Remind us about your own involvement with fostering.
From quite a few years ago, I fostered several children, but there was one lad who came to me at the age of 7, and he didn't want to go home, so I had to make a decision. So what I actually did was, it's classed like adoption, but it's got a special guardianship that I got for him. And he was 9 when that happened, and he turns 23 this year.
23 this good.
And he's still doing very well actually. So, but from that, I got contacted by a guy called Robin Findlay, who actually started the National Union for Professional Foster Carers. So, which my son is one of their ambassadors for, and the president or the chair, whatever they want to call me.
The president and the chair. Take both sides. What I love about it as well, and Barbara and I were just discovering this recently, weren't we? Is you can actually do mini fostering for like a weekend.
Yes, you can.
So my cousin Ellie, big shout out to Ellie. We love you, darling.
Yeah.
She takes babies and does emergency fostering, and we're going to bring people on the show about that, weren't we?
Yeah.
So we want Simon on when we do that too
absolutely,
as well.
because a lot of people don't understand the process.
No.
And they think, oh my goodness, it's a big commitment. I can't do that forever. If you can do a mini one,
it was
and see what happens, it's a great way, wasn't it?
Yeah, and my cousin Ellie was saying how desperately they're looking for people to come in and actually sign up to that. And we had a few people here who were saying, oh, I didn't know you could do that. Or I'll do that. You know, I've got the time, I've got the space, I've got the love. And so I think through doing this more and more, we're actually making people see that, you know what, people from all different kinds of backgrounds are able to foster.
At the end of the day, they're really looking for people who actually, you're not, you know, when they turn up tidying your house to look spotless and things. They're wanting real people who've been through real life situations.
So important
these
you
kids
say that.
are damaged because of the trauma they've been through, and they actually need people who understand them. And again, that's why I think with the fostering union, what I like about it is they're wanting to make it better for foster carers, because being truthfully honest, foster carers are not always treated.
You said
some social
not
services
that they weren't. And so I think that's giving that a platform for the parents to feel so protected and safe.
And it's one of the things that Barbara and I always want to do, because a lot of the issues are not properly spoken about. And what we like to do on this show with this sort of platform is to say, let's shine a spotlight on it. Let's increase understanding, but also address those areas which need some sort of rectification. And this is one of them. Where
finding
you need to make
common ground.
Finding common ground, deal with those sort of things, deal with the difficulties and make sure they are addressed. If people want to find out more about fostering, first of all, just do the fashion thing, how can they do that?
Well, actually, I'm just trying to think. If they look up the National Union for Professional Foster Carers, they'll be able to find them on the
title,
website.
isn't it?
I know
it
it is.
It
if you look up, it's the
abbreviation.
NU. Get it the right way round.
National thing. Oh, look it up.
Look it up.
Look up the National Union for Professional Foster Carers. Or look on, if you look up on Instagram, editor of Mint Magazine, which is mine, you'll actually see it in there, the link for it anyway.
Perfect, we'll do that.
That's amazing. But also, so crazy how so many people we have in common. You were talking about, I had a meeting with somebody who's going to introduce me to Fatima Whitbread. You know her.
Because she works with
You know her. And so, we're actually going to be bringing people together and talking about that. We're going to be bringing designers to actually kit out the foster care homes. Famous, non-famous. Famous designers, non-famous designers. We do rotas so that everybody gets a chance. And so it's going to be so exciting what's coming.
I love it. Talk about time frame then, because we do this every week. We're going to come back regularly with an update. When can we expect to see you? Get your Mint magazine now. We said about that. You can find out about the fostering now, if you can remember that long link. When are we going to see the clothes? Because you sent me some images,
very
which I
soon,
love.
you guys. We're going to be dressing Andrew in Peace and
I've
Love
been walking.
menswear.
It's got to be good.
Obviously showing how we do it in Africa, putting the Africanism into it.
I hope I'm going to get done as well.
Absolutely. And what are we doing? And we're going to be filming from Soho.
Oh, isn't that great?
Next week.
Next week? Oh, lovely. There you go.
Next week we're in Soho because
Exciting.
we're going to be talking about what we spoke about my friend Tony.
Oh, great. We can film in Little Italy and that sort of side.
The councillors with the people who are trying to stop Soho going down the shithole.
So last week, the family members who we've known forever, Little Italy and Bar Italia, Antonio was
Big
here.
shout out to my favourite space in London, Bar Italia.
He came on with Ray Gelato, the saxophonist, who came up with his own version of the Andrew Eborn theme tune.
We loved it.
We love it. So we're going to go there next week.
We're going to be there. We're going to be in Bar Italia. We're going to be filming there.
Brilliant.
And we're going to take this to Soho, you guys. We said we would.
We're on the go to Soho.
And we're going to do it. We're going to find common ground. And we're going to make sure that Bar Italia stays there for generations more to come.
Fantastic.
So Che can hang out there because that's, that's where we go for ice cream.
Fantastic.
And so, we've had an amazing time on the boats. And we will do stuff on the boats.
We will.
But we're going to get a mooring in Westminster.
We're on the road. We're on the water.
So we're going to take it up to Soho.
Great.
So we can be outside Parliament.
Love
we
it.
can do everything. And then we can, all the fashionistas who don't want to walk, can get straight on the boat from Soho.
And that's the idea about in London Town tonight as well, is that anybody who's in town can come on the show.
Easy access. Plus,
Absolutely.
we're doing London Fashion Week, and they don't like to walk down to Chelsea.
So
we'll be picking them up.
We will carry them with swans.
Well, it's those high heels.
It's so high heels. So yeah, we're going to be in Soho, you guys.
I love it. It's going to be brilliant. And what I also love is that if there are issues which we feel are not being properly represented,
then we're going to bring it onto the show.
No subject. No subject is off limits.
None.
Nobody is off limits. Everybody's invited. We want to basically get the common ground, include those sort of things, and so on and so forth.
They did. Andrew brought on somebody from Reform. Andrew's going to be bringing somebody on from the Monster Looney Party, who, by the way, I can't wait to join. And I want an award from that. And I keep saying it. I'm here waiting.
And we've got Andy Burnham coming out.
We've got Andy Burnham.
Green Party.
We've got everybody.
Every possible colour of party is
common ground.
That's what we love.
We said we'd do it. That's what we're
doing.
It.
Incredible. It is lovely to see you all again. We will follow this journey.
Yes, we will.
Lots of
Thank you so much for coming on, you guys.
Thank you everyone for having us today. I just want to say that in the 12th of September now we have a fashion show. Sorry.
It's Mint Magazine's Indian Summer Party at Jack's in Chelsea.
At Jack's in Chelsea.
We're coming on. We do a live broadcast.
Yeah, you should.
Literally,
and
I'm going to be picking out my wardrobe now already. Okay, oops, got to get on that.
As from tomorrow, if you go on our website, which is mintmagazine.info, you'll see all the information there to be able to
how to get tickets.
And their parties are legendary. I know because they had one on my boat, but I heard about them. And their parties are the best. So that's so exciting.
We look forward to that, and we'll catch up with other stuff. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys.
We're going to take another little break. So much love. We're just about rocking.
Everybody, it's freezing. Get your bags.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, a little bit more music. Do not touch that dial.
Bye, guys.
tell us when you're ready, and I'll bring us back.
Yes, sir.
And I got Gary's got a mic.
Well, in just a second.
So what we'll do is straight after that, then we're going to go over to who's playing first. You're going to play first. Yeah. Where will the camera come round, or he's going to be here?
Yeah, I can move the camera around. Now I've lost my.
Oh, don't worry. What have you lost?
Oh, sorry. I don't know whether I put them down on there. Did I?
So you'll tell me about. So what I'll do, Gary's going to have a little chat here. We've also got that sort of side. Surprise! This will be a natural look. Because I've heard it before. I like to fake it. You see. I go. Oh my God! Every time. Every. Oh, that's good. Up you go, Chris.
Oh no, I can't sit down.
We got
I'll
the
shut
pool,
up now.
we got our shit together and got the pool ready yesterday.
I saw the pool, he threw
and
it overboard.
popped.
I like. Albert Bridge, and they just want to be closer. And which I thought was nice. You know, they want to meet Henry. Is that right? You can't stop us. I'm in full flow. Oh, what a great. And I'm looking forward to this. This is like a lot of music now, which is good. But we'll go for a break. So Dominic will do the first bit. Okay, put us back. Anytime. Oh, way. Hello. Well, we've moved inside now because it was so cold outside. Even the flashes had to come out and describe themselves. What we're going to try and do is this. You've got some fantastic news, Gary. Welcome. It was great to see you. What did you think about that holistic stuff?
I'm really looking forward to it. You saw how I was this week.
You've been miserable.
I've been really miserable this week. Right?
I've tried to avoid them all week. But,
yeah,
you know, it's going to be really
it was not a good week for me. But after speaking to the doc there, I'm really excited.
Isn't this so? What I love about this, we can do genuine experiments.
Yes.
Which is what we're going to do. You're going to be the guinea pig.
Yeah.
We're not taking. It's really important. We're not taking you off your traditional stuff. But these are things that are natural, but can make you feel better.
Yeah, and we've had a preliminary talk. I'm going to go down to Bournemouth to see
Okay,
it,
very
and
good.
then we're going to do the report back each week. See how
We
it's
love this. And last week we had the extraordinary thing. We had a sort of whitening teeth and the wonderful skin thing. We'll get Barbara to tell us all about that. I don't know if you used it, but we did. We're going to talk about that sort of stuff. And that's what I love about the show. We're trying all sorts of different things. Also, what I love about the show is about opportunities. It's about the first ladder, if you like, the first step on the ladder of a career. Because it's so difficult for people to start. And Ryan has been brilliant. He's like a superstar because you came on, you did the wonderful Superman, Spider-Man rather, still in the movie theatre. Have you seen it again or just the once?
Once.
But what I loved as a result of it, so many people wrote in, they loved it. It was the audiences. Every time I packed it, seeing a packed cinema now, it's a great feeling, isn't it?
It was, yeah. It was an amazing feeling, like seeing like all the fans just come together and just enjoy that film. Because I was literally waiting for that film for about 5 years.
I know you've been telling me even before we met. The first thing you said to me, I bet that Spider-Man's coming out soon. so I love it. It's really good. The other thing which has been great, you've been with the Andrew Eborn show, Common Ground in London Town Tonight, since the very beginning. You know, we did it on the other boats and so on and so forth. And you've been learning along the way, introducing, now we've got Chris as well, who's come on with even more cameras. And the idea is you've met lots of people in the industry. And we have a little surprise for you, because Gary worked not just in the industry, I'm known as a magician, but he also works with the Olympic people. And Gary has some news. Gary.
Well, Ryan, we discussed from the moment I met you about what you're interested in and what experience you need and what you want to do with your life. I would like to invite you to come and work with us leading into the LA Olympics and work with a specific team that is going to try and qualify. You'll be working alongside Chris, who's behind our camera there, and you'll be helping us with our tech, with our filming. We'll give you all the support. Whatever you need from us, we'll provide it for you. You're not going to be a millionaire, trust me, but we'll make sure that you're not out of pocket, okay? And we'll give you all that experience. You'll work with the athletes, you work with me, we'll get you on a training camp. So you'll see be all behind the scenes, but you're going to have to graft. You're going to have to do some work behind the camera. You're going to have to create content, but you'll be learning on the job. And then if you need anything for Baba or for the college or anything, for us to write references for you, and we'll introduce you to other people in the industry to try and get you that foot up. I'm passionate about helping young people, as I've said to you before. Plus, you like my tricks, so you're
That's the only reason.
You're in my good books.
You have to put up with those card tricks. Is that all right?
I've been speaking to Barbara about it, I've been speaking to Andrew about it, and we want to make this official for you to give you this opportunity. Chris is excited because he's got someone else that can carry the bags for him. Is that something you'd like to do?
100%, yeah. I appreciate it very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, welcome aboard.
Brilliant. So that is so good. Well done, mate. That is fantastic news. And that is one of the joys, I'm quite tearful, that is one of the joys about doing this. It's about giving people opportunity. Everybody deserves, we're going to well up here, everybody deserves a chance in life. And if you'd like to be part of this show, do get in touch, subscribe, follow me at Andrew Eborn, follow me at Octopus TV, and you too could have an opportunity to come and join us on this boat. And this is what we want to try and do, shine a spotlight. It's all about role models, isn't it? And we work on that sort of basis. So well done, Ryan. It's going to be fantastic. We're going to follow that journey and more exciting stuff as well. Music, the food of love. We love it. All the musicians. You've travelled. Where did you come down from?
From Birmingham.
Sorry?
Birmingham.
Yes, I heard you. I was just sorry. I thank you. Boom tish. You can do another one of your songs. Tell us about it. Pass him the mic. Here we go. This is called Ah. I've heard of that.
I hope I don't get seasick.
What have you got?
Quite a bit of swell we've got going on the Thames. This is called Every Time. And growing up as a child, we had a lot of vinyl in the house, particularly stuff from musicals, as well as torch songs. Torch singers, women like Peggy Lee, Julie London, Doris Day. And so I quite fancied the idea of writing something that they might have sung.
Fantastic.
So this was my attempt. It's called Every Time. It's a song of longing.
by something outside. It's a persistent condition, passion on a mission, doomed to elude intuition every time. Somewhere there's a heart with my name on, searching but nowhere inside. Every time I watch for a star that could shoot for a lifetime and not just a night. Every time it's only your words can will me. Always your kisses kill me. All the pleasures to thrill me every time. Tiny sparks invisibly flow through every part of me, bringing life and love to heart and memory. They behave and they abide, single file but then collide. Panic strikes, spooked by something outside. It's a persistent condition, passion on a mission, tuned to elude intuition every time. Somewhere there's a heart with my name on, searching but nowhere inside. Every time I watch for a star that could shoot for a lifetime and not just a night. Every time it's only your words can will me. Always your kisses kill me. All the pleasures to thrill me every time.
The brilliant Dominic Crane. You'll be hearing a little bit more from him in a bit. Coming up after the break, we've got some breaking news about Harry and Meghan. Do not touch that dial. into the food, and as a result, you can get sick. Isn't that right, Bubba?
That's what she told us. It's completely fascinating.
So we're going to have a look at that sort of stuff. So I always
We're
think.
going to delve deeper more into that, especially because Andrew and I know a few angry chefs.
We know. In fact,
that work?
I don't know any chef who's not angry. It's the honest answer.
Look,
How does that work?
I
They
grew
need
up.
to have a bit of tailor
We do.
in their kitchen.
When I was growing up, we got BBC America when that was still a channel, and it was wall-to-wall Gordon Ramsay. And
There you go.
maybe you get an opinion that a lot of people in Britain are quite angry all the time if that's all you watch.
That's what they think.
They judge the whole country.
Absolutely. Chris, finally, tell us how you're getting on, because you told us a big revelation about football's not coming home, although we worked out our good friend Mark managed to win on the 60th anniversary, so all praise for him. You told us there's another sport that we actually invented over here, which we thought was American, but when you first came on the sport isn't, and you were over to promote it. Tell us about that.
Yes, indeed. So the reason why I've made the move over here to the United Kingdom is to work in baseball and softball, and it started out to grow the domestic game. This being the place that baseball was invented back in 1749, about 10 miles from where we're floating today.
Yeah? Nobody did. Nobody knew that.
On a cold day on the 12th of September in 1749.
Yes.
At the cricket ground in Walton-on-Thames, the first recorded game of baseball was played. And we know it was authentic because Frederick, the Prince of Wales, played in the game, and the game report complains about the weather.
Hurrah!
It was terrible. So that's the authenticity right there. We know it's British. They complained about the weather in it. Since then, the rules of baseball were codified and perfected in the United States, and softball, of course, started in the United States as well. But Great Britain actually has two very strong teams in baseball and softball, drawing a lot on our ancestral-based players. In baseball, we are the 20th ranked team in the world, and we are in the process of vying for one of 3 remaining Olympic spots.
Okay.
The United States, Venezuela, and the Dominican Republic have already qualified for the Olympics.
Shout out to Venezuela.
Yeah, that's what he said. Absolutely. Fantastic.
Venezuela doing so by winning the World Baseball Classic, which Great Britain participated in earlier this year in March. We did not face Venezuela, so therefore we don't know who would have won in that contest, and we never will. And then in softball, we are the 12th ranked team in the world.
Okay.
And unfortunately, Venezuela did just defeat us at the Softball World Cup in Lima, Peru, one of the 3 stages around the world where the World Cup takes place, followed by the finals next April in Brisbane. For Great Britain, our softball team, there are 5 spots remaining. The United States gets an automatic bid as the hosts, and we will be going through our qualification journey at the end of July next year in Stuttgart. That's the European Championship, followed immediately by the Euro-Africa Olympic qualifier, which will take place in Barcelona, which is a place where I had my first tournament with Great Britain softball. It's the place where Great Britain actually won their first ever gold medal at the U19 level. And we will have 4 players from the last Olympic team that tried to qualify for the Olympics that lost in the game to Italy in the qualification game. We will have 4 members of that team to have another crack at it as they try and become Olympians.
Brilliant
and it is
stuff.
my job to support them not only in media and broadcasting, but as their operations manager.
Fantastic. And 12th of September, what was that's the anniversary?
Yes.
We should do a live broadcast from there. Can you organise that?
We could absolutely do that.
Okay.
So back in 2019, we did a Blue Plaque event at Walton-on-Thames, and Bobby Davro with his father.
Regular on the show.
Another member of the Andrew Eborn cast.
Absolutely.
And his father, Bill Nankinville,
yes,
the Olympian, were on hand, and they unveiled the Blue Plaque for us. So we had that very cool moment.
So we could get Bobby on the show.
Yeah.
And let's do a special thing on the 12th of September.
Absolutely, that'd be fantastic.
Chris, thank you for everything you do for the show.
Of course.
Thank you for the training. Ryan was so
I look forward to
overwhelmed.
bossing Ryan around in a way that he is
Olympic
not ready
thing.
for.
What a fantastic opportunity. And I loved our discussion about tats all folks earlier.
Yes, sir.
And Liz's very strong views on tattoos. That was great.
Well,
as
I'm wearing
to
the
hear.
black shirt, so I could just kind of, Don't worry, my grandmother gave her very, very strong opinion on my arm, which she had not seen when I saw her last weekend.
It's all revelations, isn't it, on this show?
Well, the beautiful thing about living overseas is that every time I show up, apparently I have more ink.
So
I didn't plan it like that, but it's so far working out that way. But No, it was great, and she actually watched a couple of the past
Oh,
episodes.
she's the viewer.
So there you go.
Nice to see you. It's got to be good. Thank you very much. A big shout out to her. Chris, thank you for everything you do with the show. I'll let you behind the camera now because you need to press a button to switch us.
Yes, I did.
And I'll do that funny phrase like, do not touch that dial. Whenever you are, go for it. Or should I ask who you brought? I'm going to do this. Is rather good. Okay. Hey, it's Andrew Eborn here on the Andrew Eborn Show. Who else? It's got to be, I'll tell you who else. You brought somebody with us. Who have you brought with you?
I brought my lovely wife of many years, and she's my PA as well.
She's your PA. She's also looking after.
Since the music career has
Wonderful.
exploded, she does all the organisation with make sure I'm in the right place at the right time, which is quite handy.
It is very handy. What I love, she's also befriended Gorda. And what I love about this, we had Bal Beer, who always names the dog wrongly. What does Bal Beer call?
Always, Andrew. He calls him Gordo.
Whatever, it's something really weird, but it's not exactly. But fantastic. Are you having a good time?
Excellent time.
Well done, you.
So much fun.
It's so fantastic. Well done for having such a talented hubby. Isn't he good? I love it. What are you going to sing for us, Mark?
Right, I'm going to sing the title track from my new album, which is being released globally on the 28th of this month. It's a single as well, which is already playing on many radio stations, apparently. It's called Crimes of the Heart.
It's fantastic.
And, would you like to know a little bit about?
I would. I'd love to know about that.
Okay, I can't remember. I heard or saw the title somewhere. I thought that would make a great song title. And I was very influenced at that time by Tom Odell, who's a British singer-songwriter, and I just like the way he structures his songs and the percussion. On the album, it's pretty well orchestrated. Lots of piano and strings and voices. But this is really how it was written. So this is the kind of raw version, which I hope I'm going to perform right.
Fantastic. Take it away. Crimes of the Heart.
I could be guilty of crimes of the heart. Guess you could charge me with tearing us apart. I hold my hands up just one more time. I stand accused of losing my mind. I won't be pleading innocence or insanity. I might be asking for you to pardon me. I did it wrong, I know, time and again. Too many times it's hard to remember when I hang my head in shame just one more time. I plead guilty to losing my mind. I won't be pleading innocence or insanity. I might be asking for you to pardon me, because I know the crime that I'm most guilty of is nothing you can feel or hold, nothing you can touch, nothing you can charge me for or put me behind bars. The crime that I'm most guilty of is loving you too much. In the great scheme of things, it might not seem a lot, but this love we had was everything I got. So I admit to you, I threw it all away. Guilty is charged, that's all I gotta say. I won't be pleading innocence or insanity. I might be asking for you to pardon me, because I know the crime that I'm most guilty of is nothing you can feel or hold, nothing you can touch, nothing you can charge me for or put me behind bars. The crime that I'm most guilty of is loving you. Oh, the crime that I'm most guilty of is loving you too much. I love you too much.
Fantastic. Mark Hughes, another song he wrote specially about Andrew Eborn. Thank you very much. We're going to take another break. When we come back, more music and a little touch of magic. Do not touch that dial. Whatever you fancy, Chris. Here we go. Oh, hello. It's Andrew Eborn. How are you still? The Edinburgh Festival's still going on. We love it. Oh, look, he's got to check his microphone. He's like a real professional. He's got to be good. Lots of friends at the Edinburgh Festival. I went up last year with the BAFTA award-winning artist Alison Jackson, and it was great working with her show. We helped do a bit of writing, a bit of producing, going out and marketing on the streets. But every year, Channel Dave, the wonderful comedy channel, used to pick the Joker of the Fringe. Do you remember that? And last year, for the last couple of years, they stopped doing it. There's a couple, I'll give you some of the jokes. Olaf Falafel says, I remember thinking, as I taped a piranha to my boomerang, this could come back to bite me. Okay, boom tish. Richard Stott, to the person who stole my bank card and spent all my money on Ancestry.com, you know who you are. That's it. Is that good? I like that one. Scout Boxall, I like my men like I like my passwords. Weak, easily compromised, barely distinguishable from each other. Not bad. Lee Jin Hao, a friend said to me, the last thing I want to be is racist. And I was like, oh, so it's on your list. Oh, I get it. It's okay. Yeah. Let's have a look. Adele Cliff. I hate AI because it keeps trying to steal the jobs I love, like creative writing and being confidently wrong. Interesting. Is AI, does it worry you as a writer?
Not at all, because I have no intention of ever relying on it, because I was talking earlier with Mark, and we both feel, and I know that there are a number of other songwriters who share this, that we feel that we're channeling a lot of the time. But I have used AI to actually create a marketing plan for what I'm doing, and that has led me to you. So I have to praise it in that respect. Oh, look at you, the marketing plan that's led you to me. Good heavens. I want to put the AI into Britain. That's what I want to do. See what I did there? So I'm not, as a creative, no, I mean, it has its place. I recognise that, but I don't want to have to rely on it, because I have a connection to what I think is probably a bottomless source of creativity. It's there. It comes through the universe. You know, it's from the very source that's created all this around us. And what I love about it, it's a great co-creator. If you're staring at a blank page, yes, it's a great way of getting started. The other great thing about it as well is that you hear wonderful things where they can tidy up. So the long lost Beatles recording, for example, when John Lennon's voice, you know, I know Yoko was not a big fan, but they managed to tidy that up. So using it in a positive way has got to be good, hasn't it? Yes. I mean, I've written a presentation about my journey as a songwriter, which I've asked Chat GPT to turn into a book, and it completely removed all the emotion from it, so I had to have words with it, and it completely understood what I was saying. It understood that it extracted all the sort of humanity from it, because it just praised it, and I said, no, there's, you know, you need to rethink this, and it completely understood, and it just did a great job of just tidying up some of the clunky language. And did a fabulous job.
Fantastic. We're going to hear another one from you. What have you chosen this time?
This one's called Made in England.
Made in England, we love it.
There's no huge story to this.
Make it up. There has to be a huge story somewhere.
Yes. Well, I'd quite fancied having the title England, or the word in England in the title of a song. And I've got a friend called Harriet Wheeler, who's in a band called the Sundays. And whenever she sings England, there's just something quintessentially English about it. And I wanted to try and achieve that. And then there was Roy Harper's wonderful song, One of Those Days in England. So as I started writing it, I realised that I was harking back to my days in secondary school in the 70s, and it was my first kind of real appreciation of multiculturalism. We had, we had blaxploitation movies. We had kung fu, and I was at a school with black kids and mixed race kids for the first time, and of course, you know, with skinheads. I've got my monkey boots on today. It was all that. There was something really just exciting about that particular time, even though it was kind of quite primitive now when you look back at it. Particularly when they still had the cane, which I managed to avoid on a couple of occasions with some very smart...
You pay for it now, don't you?
I think you could tell me about that.
I know. If you're into bondage, we'll have a whip round for you. Absolutely.
So so this is really just sort of partly it's partly acknowledging I don't know, sort of where I was, you know, mentally and sort of emotionally as I was growing up, and I you know, I experienced a little bit of bullying as well. My my parents, in their wisdom, insisted that I had ballet lessons.
Aha!
And because I'd made the mistake of mentioning to them that I'd like to be an actor, following my father's footsteps, and just so happened that some friends of mine, their mother had a ballet academy, and she offered them free lessons, and I'm forever just regretting that.
Oh,
and
in fact, but it's all about how you hold yourself.
Well,
it's
it is.
Well,
Yes, it was. But it was a very painful time for me because my ballet shoes, I'd left them mistakenly in the saddlebag of my bike, and two of my friends found them and realised that I was doing ballet. And the next day, it just went round the school, and I was bullied.
How old were you
mercilessly?
How old were you?
I was 12.
12, so sort of Billy Elliot sort of age.
Yeah, but it was kind of Billy Elliot in reverse. It was like, no son of yours is going to be doing ballet. But it was character building, and I don't regret it. And you know, it's it's just one of those things, you know.
It's one of those things. Let's hear it. Made in England.
I was made in England with a heritage of mongrel hand-me-downs. And whenever I played in England, I was a clown for the Jacks and the Jills and the Broken Crowns. When it rained, the nation complained and blamed the weatherman. So few will ever really use their eyes. And when it rained, the nation complained and blamed the weatherman. So few will ever really use their eyes. And still to some it comes as some surprise. I was made in England, made in England, I was made in England with the guilt of the sins of the world upon my lips. And whenever I prayed in England, I felt the rosary slipping slowly from my fingertips. And through the fog, the mosque, the temple and the synagogue were silhouettes in a new sunrise. When it rained, the nation complained and blamed the weatherman. So few will ever really use their eyes. And still to some it comes as some surprise. I was made in England, made in England, All my peers had me down with the quiz for demanding something more profound from the written word than just simply shapes that make a sound. with the dirt and the sleaze and the gossip squeezed into their minds. Suburbia swoons and drools and pulls the blinds. I was made in England. I was made in England. Thank you.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you, Dominic. He'll be back with us a little bit more. We're going to keep on going to the wee small hours. Coming up after the break, a little bit more from Mark Hughes and also a little touch of magic. Do not touch that dial. Well, welcome back to the Andrew Eborn Show. Oh, and this is such a delight. It's such an intimate concert. This is fantastic. We should just take you everywhere. The dueling banjos, we've got the dueling equivalent of guitars. Mark, tell us about this next one.
Okay, this is called Written in the Stars. The album, which is Crimes of the Heart, is very obviously mostly about breakup kind of, issues and sad songs, which I particularly like. And they kind of tug at your heart.
Oh no, but they do. They're relatable. This is the point, isn't it?
Everybody's had a relationship breakup, haven't they?
And for whatever reason, oh no, you'll never break up. You're the perfect showbiz relationship. I love it. But you're right. It resonates, and people talk about artists being the soundtrack of their life. If people can relate through a particular song, it's important, and it helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right. This is probably the only non-breakup song on the
album. Oh, good. This is a get-together song,
yes,
is it?
It's Written in the Stars, and there is one other song which is called My Love Bubble, and that's quite an interesting one because it's about my theory that we all live in a love bubble,
right,
which contains our loved ones. So
yes.
It's, those nearest to us. And if you were Jesus Christ, your love bubble would be the world, wouldn't it? And I believe that our mission on earth is to expand that love bubble out to include, your neighbours, your best friends. I mean, probably ours does. Well, no, actually, not our neighbours. But
don't you get on well with your neighbours? We love our neighbours.
They're all right. They're all right. Actually, they're no trouble. But it's hard
until now.
Isn't it a really hard thing to include lots of people to honestly say that like love thy neighbour, that sort of thing. So, but if we could all do that, just expand our love bubbles. So that's the other song on the album that it isn't a breakup song, but kind of spiritual, I suppose.
Fantastic. Well, and we talked about your spirituality earlier. Take it away.
Thank you. Is it written in the stars that you and I should play our part in a world that seems so far, so full of broken hearts? Is this what our love means? Not as pointless as it seems, in a world that seems to be so full of broken dreams. Not sure if I believe in what is meant to be. Is it a phrase that people use to explain what they can see? But I can see that I'm in love with you, and you're in love with me. It must be written in the stars, or meant to be. Not sure if I believe in what is meant to be. Is it a phrase that people use to explain what they can see? But I can see that I'm in love with you, and you're in love with me. It must be written in the stars, or meant to be. Thank you.
Beautiful stuff. I love it.
Thank you. It's funny actually because Dominic talked about the Peggy Lee kind of era and all that, and I think that's very Hoagie Carmichael in its way. And when I was writing it, I was trying to imagine someone like Nat King Cole singing that, and I think they do a pretty good job. Well, he would.
And what I love about it as well, you can strip back and do all these massive productions now, and really powerful lyrics. A guy or a gal on a guitar is all it takes for it to get the big emotions, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you. I'm really glad you said that. On the recording, it's piano, strings, a little bit of guitar. Didn't overdo it, but I think it's a great acoustic guitar song.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah, I love it. And I'd just like to say this, that I really want John Legend to record it.
Fantastic. Well, he never misses an episode of the Andrew Eborn Show. So John Legend, his people will speak to your people. Yes, it'll be sorted by the end of the night.
He's got the silkiness in his voice.
He has got a silkiness in his voice. Fantastic.
It would just so suit that song.
It would, wouldn't it? I love it.
Yeah,
well, this is the great thing. It is a great showcase.
Do we know anyone from America who might actually have contact?
Well, so people who we know a lot of people who know a lot of people. It's got to be good. I know you're looking at him. He knows not. He's a baseball guy, but it's got to be good.
That game we invented.
We love it. We love it. Isn't that great? I was interested about the baseball. I never knew that.
No, did I? But why are we not in the World Series?
Well, it's rather similar to football's coming home, and it takes guys like you to bring it home in 1966 anniversary. We're going to take a break. Yes. When we come back, we're going to hear another one from Dominic. Do not touch that dial.
So just have to, this guitar is tuned a tone lower than the conventional ones because it's a little too high for me to sing these days.
Are we back? Yeah. We are back. I love it. I was just noticing that your guitar's a tone lower than...
How perceptive.
How could
You must
I?
have natural pitch.
It's got to be good. It's fantastic. I was telling you about the Edinburgh Festival, and Dave, that wonderful TV channel, they used to, I don't know why they stopped in the sort of jokes of the year. The last one was in 2024. Mark Simmons, I was going to sail around the globe in the world's smallest ship, but I bottled it. That's not bad. 2023, Lorna Rose Treen. I started dating a zookeeper, but it turned out he was a cheater. There we go. I love it. And our final one, Marcel Graham. I tried to steal spaghetti from the shop, but the female guard saw me and I couldn't get it past her. Everyone's a wiener. It's got to be good. And we love the Americans who all come over to Edinburgh. We love the people from around the world. It is a glorious festival. If you haven't done it, try it out next year. Or watch the Andrew Eborn show, because they're all going to come down here, all the talent and stuff like that. A little bit of magic from Gary in a moment. But first of all, Dominic, you're standing up.
No, I'm just putting my plectrum away. I've decided to do this with
Is
my
that
fingers.
what they call it? Look at you with your euphemisms at this time of night. Tell us what we're going to hear.
Right, well, this was the first song that I ever wrote without any sort of collaboration, that I wrote words and music, and that came to me at the age of 41. So
41?
I was quite late to writing my own stuff. I'd been in bands and I'd contributed, and I'd written with two extremely good, or I worked in bands with two extremely good songwriters who were very good at working on their own. So it was my job just to embellish the top lines with guitar. So that was what I did for many years. And then when the bands finally folded in the sort of towards the end of the 90s, they all went off and got proper jobs, and I just felt that I'd got some unfinished business, and I'd always wanted to be able to write on my own exclusively. And so I was in a charity shop and I saw a copy of Awaken the Giant Within by Tony Robbins, and it was on cassette, and it was kind of calling me. So I purchased it and had a listen to it, and I thought, this could be what I actually need to do. So I took 2 days off from the job that I was doing at the time. I was working as a tiler doing floors and walls, ceramic tiles, and took 2 days off, sat in the car park of a McDonald's near my home, and brainstormed the entire course, did all the exercises, and then went back to work. And then 2 weeks later, I woke up. I was doing a job in the Isle of Wight, and I woke up in the hotel room, and these ideas for lyrics just started flooding through. And I was scrabbling about trying to find bits of paper, and I was jotting stuff down. I went in the shower. I had to come out the shower to write stuff down on bits of paper that were getting soaked with water and falling apart. And by the time I'd come back from breakfast, I'd pretty much finished the lyrics. And it was the first time that I had ever experienced anything like that. And that was 2 weeks later, and since then the songs haven't stopped.
Fantastic.
So
and what's the name of the song?
It's called Baggage Man.
Baggage Man. I love it. Take it away.
Wipe away those tears and let me take you to paradise. On a bus bound for love that's going anywhere but yesterday. No standing room for anyone else, just the two of us. No luggage to claim, just the clothes we're standing in. These are the words that will mean more than anything, keeping us closer apart. Too afraid to speak just in case I should say something thoughtless. I cherish your heart. Hey baby, I'm your baggage man. Hey baby, I'm your baggage man. Ask next door to keep an eye while I fly you to Wonderland. Let the bills and the junk mail pile into oblivion. Take a window seat to the honeymoon suite. We're expecting you. And say your goodbyes to all the guys whose lies are still affecting you. These are the words that will mean more than anything, keeping us closer apart. Too afraid to speak just in case I should say something thoughtless. I cherish your heart. Hey baby, I'm your baggage man. Hey baby, I'm your baggage man. These are the words that will mean more than anything, keeping us closer apart. Too afraid to speak just in case I should say something thoughtless. I cherish your heart. Hey baby, I'm your baggage man. 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 Thank you. Thanks.
Fantastic stuff, Baggage Man. You were telling me as well that O Mosley, fantastic stuff that we love, is in the Heritage chart with my good chum Mike Reed. It's climbing up the chart. That chart itself has been going for several years, I think 6 years.
6 years, they're celebrating an anniversary, aren't they?
Yes. The way the Heritage chart does it is through votes.
Public votes, yes.
Tell me about where you are in the charts at the moment and what people can do.
I'm at number 57 at the moment.
Heinz
I've
Variety.
held 57 for 3 weeks. I think it's quite an achievement this week because there's been a number of new entries from bands like Take That.
Who?
Take That.
Really?
Yes.
Look at that.
Lulu. Sophie Ellis-Bextor.
Wow.
And so, you know, I don't want to have to be
Murder on the
committing
dance
murder
floor.
on the dance floor in order to progress. You know.
Oh, look at you. Look at that. Take that. Thank you.
So, if you liked So Mosley earlier on and you want to vote for it and help it get to the top 40, which would be absolutely tremendous, you just go to the Heritage chart website and you'll see 3 red buttons and one of them says Vote Now. Just click on that, takes you through to the chart list, and you whiz down to number 57. You should see Dominic Crane, So Mosley. Just put a tick in the box, scroll to the bottom, click Submit, and that's it, job done.
You say there are 3 red buttons, one of which for vote. What are the other 2 for?
One is Listen Now, Listen Live.
They should do that as well.
And the other one is, I think it's like an archive.
An archive.
An archive.
You think it's like an archive?
An archive.
Well, you can do your archive. Check all that. Do check out the Heritage chart. We love that. Big shout out to Mike Reed. All credit to him. 6 years. It has been phenomenal. Shining a spotlight on new artists is what we do here as well.
I'd like to thank everybody that's been voting over the last few weeks. I mean, the friends on Facebook and WhatsApp, absolutely, they've been tremendous. Absolutely. I mean, they've you know, a lot of them have been quite forgiving about me constantly
messaging them each week, and many of them have actually said, please just remind me.
Remind people, do vote, support artists. It is so important. That's something you can do. It's something we continue to do on the Andrew Eborn Show. Together with Phoenix 360, we like to shine a spotlight, give a platform, because there aren't enough platforms for up-and-coming artists. Continue to do that. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much,
You're going to come to the finale in a bit. We're going to see a bit of magic. We've also got one more from Mark Hughes as well, coming straight up after this break. Do not touch that dial.
This is
there we go. Well done. I thank you.
Yes.
Welcome back to the Andrew Eborn Show. I love it. I have a little chat behind. Do you want me to start? Yeah, I've got to wait for Chris. It's going to be good. It's been so much fun having you on the show. Thank you very much indeed. It's been lovely having Dominic as well. I'm so pleased we've had an opportunity to listen to some fantastic music live. It's been really, really good. You've travelled all the way down today, or along a bit.
Kind of east to west.
Well, that's all right. Well, thank you for coming. It was lovely. Hopefully you've been a lovely time. You've met all sorts of interesting people. It's nice to get together with other musicians as well, isn't it?
Yes, fantastic. He's great.
Isn't he great? And this is what we love is the kind of... Oh, I love this. Is like a love fest now. It's gonna. You only do breakup songs, so you better start hating him by the end of it. It's gonna be good. Tell us what you're gonna finish with.
I'm gonna finish with a song called Teardrop.
Told you it's a breakup.
Yes, it is. So I find it interesting that you can write about an inanimate object that means a lot. So about 2 years ago, maybe a bit less, one of my songs was bought by an American TV production company.
Yes, I saw that. Well done.
For use in a pilot for a TV series. I don't think it ever got to air. But anyway.
Meghan Markle, she's looking for a pilot. We can do that.
Okay. Anyway, and that was called The Key because so to illustrate, a key can mean lots of different things, but a key hanging lonely on the wall with the owner having departed means quite a lot, doesn't it?
It does.
I've gone, I haven't got my key, I'm never coming back. So that's the significance of lots of inanimate objects, and this is about quite a few of those, and it's called Teardrop. There's a clock with a sad face hanging on my wall, hanging on my wall. And there's a spare chair sitting doing nothing at all. There's a window looking kind of glazed, facing on amazed, thinking what a crazy place we live in. This is not a home, living on our own. This is not a home. There's a stairway leading up to nowhere, leading up to nowhere anyone could be. And when you get there, all you find is nothing, all you find is nothing that you want to see. And there's a sad face looking at a big space, lying by a hole which is where you used to lie. And as the sad face turns to midnight, I can see a teardrop turn into a cry. There's a crack in the wall, there's a break in my heart. Thought that nothing at all could ever tear us apart. So I've spoken to the sad face on the clock, on the wall, and he tells me time's a healer to us all. Yeah, he tells me time's a healer, but I'm not a believer. I think that it's a lie. And as the sad face turns to midnight, I can see a teardrop turn into a cry. As the sad face turns to midnight, I can see a teardrop turn into a cry.
Brilliant. I love that. It's so good. Tell us how we can find out more about you.
Website markhugheswriter.com. I am on Instagram and stuff like that. I'm not a big social media fan, so I will have somebody who is.
Well, you have somebody who does it for you.
Someone who
Look
does.
at you.
Yeah, probably website's the best place. But am I allowed to mention other stations?
You can mention many other stations, but they won't watch them.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I'm on Radio London tomorrow morning.
Oh yeah, fantastic.
With David and Cary Grant.
Oh yeah, and we worked. You know, we worked with Cary Grant.
Yes, I've heard that. So that's going to be about 9:45 tomorrow morning.
Send my love, because we did Good Morning Britain talking about Eurovision. What do you think of Eurovision?
I think we shouldn't enter it. They hate us, don't they? They want to live here, and yet they don't want our music, you know.
I tell you what we do. We have fabulous songwriters. We punch way above our weight.
Yeah.
What we need to do is something good.
So, Well, not something totally Eurovision. I completely agree. I mean, you did ask my opinion.
No, I want your opinion. I like.
I'd happily, Yeah, you like a bit of controversy, don't
Well,
you?
P.T. Barnum said, if you want to draw a crowd, start a fight.
Yes.
And it's exactly that sort of stuff, so you work on that sort of basis.
Anyway, back to the
Yes.
appearances. So I'm also on TV on Sunday morning on Sunday Morning Live, which is on BBC One iPlayer, I think.
Not very good. Oh, absolutely. And it's on
so
it's on real stuff as well as on proper telly.
Is it? Oh, right.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
well,
like
there
that.
you go. I didn't
Sunday
know.
Morning Live, and the reason they put it on a Sunday morning is it took so long for the creative team to come up with the title. It's got to be good. Oh,
Yes.
when should we call it this? Oh, it's on Sunday and it's in the morning. That'll do.
Seems to work.
It's like rather like Friday Night Now live. I love it. Well done. So
Thank
we can
you.
see
Thank
you
you. Thank
on that
you.
sort of stuff. Remind people about the album.
The album is Crimes of the Heart. Its global release date is the 28th of this month, and the single off the album is also Crimes of the Heart.
And we heard that earlier.
And yes, you did. You heard the acoustic version. I'm kind of it's on lots and lots of playlists.
More
now,
platforms than Paddington is what they say.
Very good. Yes, that's very true.
That's very good. And Mark, thank you very much
Pleasure.
indeed. Big round of applause to Mark.
Thanks.
We're going to take a very quick break, and when we come back, it's time for the finale involving a bit of magic and one more rendition of the fantastic Andrew Eborn theme tunes. Do not touch that dial. I love this sort of swiping thing. What we love about these new graphics, and you can see it down there on the monitor, he does this sort of swiping thing, and then you see Chris tapping in front of the camera. It has been a brilliant, brilliant night tonight. Thank you to all of my guests. We always finish the show with a touch of magic, and tonight is no exception. Over to you, Gary.
A very short one tonight, Andrew, but what a great night it's been, hasn't it? The
Fantastic, loved it.
Music and the revelations, and Chris telling us what Megan's doing and everything's been brilliant. And Amanda, you're going to help me tonight, yeah? Okay. We're going to do a trick with 2 packs of cards, a blue pack of cards and a red pack of cards. you're going to be in charge of the red pack of cards. It might not be a full pack, because I use it and I get people to sign them, give them away, I think. But I want you to take that pack, cards out of that pack. This blue pack is just going to sit there in full view. Got them all? Yeah. Just check them through to make sure you're happy with them as a pack of cards. Yeah. And as I said, you're going to do one thing with them. I want you to select any card you like. It doesn't matter if I see it, because it's not that sort of trick. I just want you to look at a card and choose it. You're going for the Ace of Diamonds.
Yes.
Are you sure you want the Ace of Diamonds?
Yes.
Would you like to change your mind?
No.
You sure?
Would you like me to?
It's your decision. Let's stick with the Ace of Diamonds.
Yeah.
Okay. What I want you to do now is, I don't want to touch the cards. I want you to turn that Ace of Diamonds the other way and replace it somewhere in that deck. So what we have now, if you just open those cards up now, you can see that they are all face up apart from your card. Yeah. Okay, good. Yes. You can close them up and just hold on to them for me. So your card was the Ace of Diamonds.
Yes.
Your choice. And you could have changed your mind.
Yes.
In this pack here, which has been sitting there all the time, there is one card, and one card only, which is face down.
Yes.
Take it and have a look.
Whoa!
Wow. How'd you do that?
Ace of Diamonds. You could have changed your mind. I'm so pleased you didn't change your mind. Thank you so much,
That was
Amanda.
brilliant,
Thank you.
absolutely
Thank you.
brilliant. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. We always finish with that touch of magic. We start the show with our featured artists, and I always throw this challenge open to them. If you'd like to be part of the show, all you have to do is subscribe, follow me at Andrew Eborn, at Octopus TV, and if you want to take part in the theme tune challenge and join us here on the River Thames, submit it, put it online, tag me, and you too could have an opportunity of joining us here. We're going to finish in the way that we started. Our wonderful guest tonight, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to all of my guests. We're going to start off with Mark, who's going to do a rendition of his Andrew Eborn.
Thank you, Amanda.
In London Town tonight. This is his theme tune. This is what it sounds like. Take it away, Mark.
We're on the river, seaborne. It ain't midnight, it ain't dawn, it ain't lunchtime, it ain't warm. It's Friday evening with Andrew Eborn.
I love it! I even got my name this time. Thank you so much. A brilliant guest. Good luck with that album. We look forward to that. We also had the wonderful Dominic. And you scooch over on the cushion, every expense spared. It's got to be. I thank you especially to Bubba and to Henry for the wonderful hospitality here on the River Thames, as always. Dominic, it's over to you to take us out. The Andrew Eborn theme tune. Take it away.
Andrew Eborn Show. Let's go, the Andrew Eborn Show. Let's go, the Andrew Eborn Show.
Hey! I love it! See you next time. Take care.